3, 2, 1. I don't know who I do the countdown for. I started doing that when I had a podcast. When I still have a podcast, but for my co-host, we'd be in the voice chat and I'd say, all right, we're going live in 3, 2, 1. So he knows I'm hitting the button. We're going live. Currently, it's just me in here. It's me and you, the person who is ideally watching this in your spare time. You thought, oh my goodness, my old internet weirdo pal Michael DiNicola went live. Let's see what he draws today. This is what I drew. This is what I drew the last time I streamed. I'm not 100% happy with this drawing. I think there's something to it. I think there's something there. I think there's something there. I want to hash it out. Hello, Matilda in the chat. Hello, how are you? You're up later. You know, Matilda, I've been playing Elden Ring with my good friend Earthbound. Oh, hello, Mia Walker. Hi, I love your art, man. Keep up the good work. Mia Walker, thank you so much. I'll tell you one thing that was of note that happened to me in the last week. One of my YouTube shorts don't get many views, generally anywhere from 100 and then maximum around like 2,000 to 3,000. Like on a great day. Koya Koala, hello, welcome. This is my art / just me talking stream. Oh, look, see, you see my little hand, and then you can see some of the art I've done. I show you guys my iPad Pro. Here's one that I liked. I don't know, have you guys seen the new Batman movie? I did a little art tribute to that. Oh, so anyway, so I normally post these YouTube shorts. They get anywhere from, my channel is tiny, man. My channel is tiny, it's small, so little. So only get a couple hundred views to maybe on a good day a couple thousand views. One time last year, one of my YouTube shorts hit like 20,000, and I was through the roof. I was so excited. Last week, one of my YouTube videos hit 460,000 views in like a few days, and it was so nice. And then I think people were arguing in the chat. I think people were arguing with each other in the comments. But to be honest, I got too hesitant / scared to read the comments in the video. My friend Mikey Mega, who's got like a million, he's got 1 million plus, I think, YouTube subscribers. And I said, Mikey, you got any words of wisdom, words of advice for an art YouTuber, aspiring art YouTuber? And he said, don't read the comments. And I said, but Mikey, how am I to grow my community if I can't interact with them? He's like, do yourself a favor, don't read the comments. Now, I didn't take his advice. I normally always read every comment on my video, the smaller ones. But in this one particular instance, where the damn thing got nearly 500,000 views, it was so outside the boundaries of what I would consider my community. I thought, you know what? I'm just gonna let it lie. So Eric, I didn't bother to look at any of the comments on that one video.
First of all, congratulations on, would you say 500,000?
Nearly 460,000.
Nearly 500,000.
Nearly.
It's totally worth it. I love the sound of that. But second of all, what makes people, like, is it because it's 500,000 people that you are assuming they're not in your quote unquote community?
Yeah, I think when the net is that big, you know, the proverbial net, you're reeling in people.
You're reeling in fish that you didn't mean to catch.
Exactly. Fish that are fish that were way not in the area that you were trying to track down. Like you were looking for some guppies, and you're catching some flounder. I'm not a fish man. Eric,
okay, listen, clearly you're not. So here's feedback number one, and I need you to listen.
Do they call him fish man?
No, fish. Okay, so listen. You were about to use the analogy of casting a net, and then you were saying, I cast the net. It's clearly outside of the people, and I'm like, I gotta
Oh,
stop you because you don't catch people with nets. This analogy
well, not
should be about
anymore.
fish.
Not anymore, you
Well, yeah,
don't.
no, not
But I'll
in,
tell you
yeah,
this.
not with my perspective.
In
But
Trump
secondly,
2024, we're
clearly,
going back to nets.
clearly, you are, you are not a fisherman. I don't think you should call yourself a fishman, because that's something else.
Yeah,
That's a bad guy in a 1950s sci-fi movie.
that's me.
All right, so third, how does it sound?
I will say it doesn't sound as good as your other mic. Is this the new mic?
Yeah, this is the new mic.
I'll say this. Okay, your audio levels are consistent. So as before, I could very like if you're talking from here from the mic, if you're talking from here,
Yeah.
versus talking from here, it was very noticeable.
Yeah.
However, with this mic, your audio levels are they're equal.
Okay.
But it doesn't sound as rich and as clear as the previous mic.
You're saying the quality of sound doesn't sound as full.
I think you might have to tweak. Yeah, I think you might have to tweak some settings.
All right. All right, here we go. We're gonna have to do the thing.
Oh, okay. Hey, Praetor. Hey, Toxic. Hey, Mia Walker. Hey, Koya Koala. Mia says, have you seen Arcane? I have. And if you have, you should try drawing some characters from Arcane. I have. I drew a... Oh, man. There is a Jinx I sketched. If you'd like to see, I could pull it up on my screen. I did draw Jinx, and I would like to draw some other characters. Eric, from the TV show Arcane, do you have a favorite character?
I don't particularly care for Arcane, I gotta be honest.
That joke is funny for reasons some of you might not be aware of.
I'm not into animation. I'm not into fantasy.
He's never even heard of League of Legends.
Yeah, the word arcane is foreign to me. I don't like it. It means something else to my people. All right, listen.
Yes.
I'm trying to give you a little. I'm trying to give you more bottom, is what I'm saying.
Power bottom?
In this microphone. Hello.
Yes.
All right. It's not working because I just gave it an oomph, and I'm not sure if it's working for you.
No, he's not getting enough bottom, says Toxic.
That's what Toxic said.
Oh, here's the Jinx drawing. Hey, Pink. I would love to see. Yeah. So just a fun little Jinx sketch. I've got a. Oh, Koala says people can be crazy in the comments. I know. Tildy says. Oh damn, that's the one. I just checked. I can give you a quick summary, says Matilda. And a lot of people are nice in the comments and discussing their own use of references. Tilda, any arguments in the comments? I like how I'm such a baby. I'm like, go in there and see. What do you see? And report back.
That's what I do. That's what I do with you all the time.
Oh, well, that's okay. I'll do that. You know, when I'm playing the game, when I'm playing the game Elden Ring, that's what I do when Earthbound is taking the lead. I say, hey, how about you open this door first, and I'll follow.
Yeah, you go over there.
Yeah, I'll watch from a distance.
Well, the thing is, you ask him to do that, and then you say, and then he tells you, "Don't hit the flower."
Yeah. Oh, and then
the first thing you fucking do.
Yeah, he tells me to run, and I slowly walk or stand still. He's like, "No, run."
He's like, "Hey, don't engage with that enemy," and you're like, "Fuck
This
you,
one?
I'm not gonna engage
This
with
one?
this enemy."
This enemy right here, slap. I haven't noticed any argument yet. Okay, great. Great. Toxic says there are some people. I like that Toxic is doing the research for me. Matilda, you want to hop on voice chat? There are some people saying they've been too afraid to use references, other praising your sketching, and some asking for pointers and tips on drawing. Okay. Hello, Elizabeth. You know what? All right. I'm just gonna suck it the fuck up. One of the reasons why I didn't want to look at my own comments on YouTube, despite them being so vast and despite them being most likely filled with people who aren't necessarily in my community or potential community, is that, you know, sometimes every now and then a rude comment will stick with you, not for long. Like, you know, if you ask me to think of a rude comment somebody's left on my social media, and there have been enough in the past, not a lot, but they show up, I could maybe think of one or two. I don't know exactly what they said, but I remember them being rude and like the gist of what they said. So every now and then one of those little fuckers, one of those little nasty comments will stick to you. Just for a bit, not for a long time, not for me anyway. For example, I remember one, and this isn't necessarily nasty. This isn't necessarily like something that is overtly critical of my art or insulting, but I guess the one that jumps to mind, and there have been a couple like this throughout the years, are the, I don't know, maybe you call them art police. Yeah, I think it's the like content art policing. Those ones annoy me and sometimes get under my skin. And not as a joke, but there are a certain group of people on the internet that feel the need to police what other people do that's generally harmless. And what it was I was sketching, you know, more often than not, I sketch a body type that's kind of like your standard comic book, anime, manga body type. Not always. I've drawn.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Welcome back. You know, not always. Sometimes I've drawn strong woman. I've drawn like She-Hulk before. I've drawn. I can't think of any bulky other ladies before, but I've drawn thicker women. But there have been a couple instances on my social media in the past where, yes, absolute strangers have felt the need to critique my art, not from an educational academic standpoint or like here are some tips, but more from the viewpoint of the content in which I'm drawing is not up to their standard of like inclusivity or whatever. And listen, do I draw skinny looking, pretty Caucasian looking ladies? Sure, but I draw Asian ladies and brown ladies. It's not like I've never drawn people of color or bigger, you know, thicker people, but like even if that was all I liked to draw, let's say maybe that was my jam. Maybe all I liked drawing was skinny, big-breasted white women. That was what you came to me for, and I drew that 100% of the time. So be it. You know, so be it. If that's my prerogative, if that's what I like drawing, I'm not hurting anyone. This is just me drawing what I like. I'm not telling you that you should draw only that. But yeah, no, there have been a few instances where unfortunately people have gotten in my comments and gotten real nasty about
they got real mouthy.
Yeah, and it wasn't even like the weird thing is the approach. Because it's critical and it's rude, but they do it from such a sense of superiority and, you know, high moral fortitude that they come at you with a holier than thou. Oh shit! Thank you, Melee. Thank you. Good catch. I did not realize that was the last thing I streamed to. I'll fix that right now. Hey, Ram. Yes, so that irks me. That irks me, the holier than thou. You shouldn't be drawing this. You should draw this instead. And like I said, it's happened more than once, which is disconcerting. So one of the reasons why I didn't check my YouTube comments is because I was worried that was going to be some of the feedback that I got. How dare you? You know.
Why do you only like white chicks with big boobs?
Right.
You should be more inclusive. Don't you know there are other body types?
Yes.
You should use your talents to, cover a wider range of blah, 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 blah. Don't you know that by drawing this is really harmful to people with different body types?
It's like, you know, listen, man, not to be too harsh, but if the mere existence of other body types is that harmful to you, I think it's time to seek some professional help. And I don't say that sheerly to be an asshole. And it's the reason why I'm like, for the most part, like, I don't call this like a safe space either, because I don't really think that there's such a thing. I mean, generally, right? You can't bubble wrap yourself to prevent you from the outside world. So like I said, if you stumble upon stuff, like, yeah, people, I don't have an issue with people giving trigger warnings for certain content that people might find upsetting. With that said, if you're the type of person who, at the mere sight of something that most people don't find triggering, like a body type that is not yours, and you find it that gravely upsetting, I do think you should speak to somebody, a professional mental health individual. Anyway, hey Rum, hey Yoji, hey Melee, hey YouTube friends.
Did somebody new comment like that on your?
No. I'm just describing one of the reasons why I didn't look through one of my YouTube comments. Rum cut her hair recently. Do you have a picture? I'd like to see that. I need a haircut myself. I'm just gonna suck it up and look my YouTube comments later. I'm gonna stop being a baby because Matilda.
This microphone sounds better.
Hey now, yeah, there's the stuff.
All right.
Smooth, silky smooth.
Shotgun microphones are nice, man, but they don't. I don't know if they offer this sound.
Maybe have you tried recording yourself and listening back?
No, I have not. I mean, that's a phenomenal idea. I think it's worth getting into that.
Hello, bootlegging. Wait, are you drawing the character from the shelf behind you? Oh yes, I had already drawn this, but yes, that is Dimple behind me, of the Mob Psycho anime, one of my favorite. And yes, I do draw him more often than not. Has anyone else been playing Elden Ring? Also, could you guys check and make sure that my stream has been appropriately updated to art and I'm no longer in the Elden Ring? Which, Eric, I did play Elden Ring with Earthbound for a little bit last night.
You garbage person, you're supposed to call me.
It was too late. It was past your bedtime. It was like 3 a.m. my time. What are you eating? What was that? Donuts. And then, yeah, for those of you who are wondering, I did not stream yesterday because my beautiful lady, she is a fan of the Bachelor and Bachelorette franchise. I am not. However, a couple of friends, you know, they also are fans of the very same franchise. So we had our 4 friends over, 2 couples, and we had a little bit of a like season finale party, live watch party. Now I basically just sat in the back of the living room watching just in like sheer awe of it.
Why sheer awe?
Because I can't believe that the show is still on, that millions of people still watch. And well, just that it's still strong. Like it's very clearly still like it's still like a strong following. Like it's a big show that people get jazzed about. And more importantly, what I'm truly in awe of is the fact that people still participate.
You mean as contestants?
As contestants, in like, you know, like it's like Love Hunger Games, you know?
Yeah, but consider this, right? It speaks to one of 2 things, maybe both simultaneously. One, people are still inherently romantics. That's the more optimistic side, right?
Sure.
The pessimistic one is people still want to get famous.
I think that might be closer, a little bit closer to the truth. Not, I mean, listen.
You're a cynic, Mike. You're a cynic.
I would truly like to believe that, that's the case. People want to fall in love, but the pragmatist in me just can't ignore the fact that you're going to meet somebody for 6 weeks. You're going to decide that this person on this essential game show, love game show, is the love of your life, and you're going to marry them and be with them forever, happily ever after.
What's the turnover rate from people who have been on this show of actually staying or put together? I
have never looked up those numbers, but my gut instinct is that those numbers, or the percentage of people that stay together, are quite low. Low percentage. I'm gonna say less than 5%. That's my gut. If anybody would like to look that up to see how right and or wrong I am, I'd appreciate that. Is this The Bachelor? Yeah, I'm talking about The Bachelor. Yeah, no. I will say this though. It's very compelling. Eric, I don't know if you ever watched the show or not.
No, man. I have no business watching that show.
Yeah, no, me neither. But
well, here's the thing. My ex used to be heavy into the reality shows, everything from American Idol, just right down the line, And I could not be convinced to watch it, and there's a reason why she's my ex now. But I was about to say Love Action. Reality shows make me feel really uncomfortable. I told you this.
No, wait, refresh my memory, please. What
I don't know why. I can't sit through a reality TV show. I feel nervous. I feel anxious. I feel the need to comment in order to, to
relief.
Because I'm nervous, I'm commenting.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah. I mean, it's something mundane, something pretty tame, like the Great British Pottery Show.
Right.
And I cannot sit through it because it makes me so uncomfortable. Like, I want to leave the room.
Interesting. I didn't know you had such a visceral reaction to it.
I did.
What do you think it is?
I still do. All right, Bill, I tested this microphone on you earlier, and you said it sounded as okay as it can be. Mike says there's a clear difference when I'm using one mic over the other.
I mean, yeah.
You're not helpful. You've never been helpful.
I told you there's a difference, but the shotgun one was like the best you could have gotten.
I mean, it's obviously a remarkable difference, Mike, but like, is it? I mean, it's a downgrade clearly by definition, but is it way off?
Is this the shotgun?
Yeah.
Keep going.
I'm asking if it's way off as compared to. I mean, this is going to be the nice one, right?
Oh yeah, that's the money.
This is going to be this is going to be prime time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But there's going to be instances when I don't want to engage with a big mechanical phallus in my face.
Yes.
This isn't too bad of a downgrade, right? This isn't too bad of a thing where I'm kind of like, hey,
all right, yes.
I'm just talking to you. I'm doing an interview and.
Okay, so comparatively. Well, obviously, the Shore, I'm guessing, is the one where it's like, ooh, man, rich audio.
That's the one where you're
you get the whole.
It's built for that.
Yeah, you get the full spectrum. Now the shotgun one, although it's not as crisp and clear and rich and lovely, it is adequate.
Right. That's basically my entire dating career. It's
it'll do.
Not rich, not full, just adequate.
It's not bad or unlistenable. It's just it's just comparatively, so like
right, because
like,
you said you went into I gave you two steaks. One is made by a highfalutin, Michelin star chef.
Yes.
The other one was from Sizzler. You're like, oh,
Yes.
I can clearly tell the difference. Is it a Sizzler steak, or is it more of a?
Maybe it's like a
McCormick and Schmidt?
maybe it's a really great Italian brick oven pizzeria versus
Yeah.
not Domino's. Domino's would be like a super cheapo USB mic. So it's not Domino's, but it's like a decent corner store pizza place,
Yeah.
It's much better than fast food pizza. It'll do in a pinch, but it's not, you wouldn't go out of your way to go there.
Yeah, this isn't the thing that you'd want to write home about. This isn't the,
Correct.
whoa, I can definitely recommend.
Right. Yeah,
But in a pinch, it'll work, especially
work,
for the
yeah.
function, right?
exactly. This is this is the mic that you grab if you're I don't know why I'm turning the microphone into pizza, but you got 10 minutes, you're on a break. You just want to down some quick pizza. So you jump into the store. You grab that mic.
At least you didn't use the
Fisherman analogy.
fish analogy again, because that was awful. You stumbled through that one.
Listen, you're hungry, you got 10 minutes of work lunch, you gotta jump into the sea and grab a fish.
This is the fish that
This is the fish you grab.
Okay, listen. The one up from this, the one where people are like, this is the industry standard, right? This is the one that people with boom poles are in, in movies shooting. The typical thing where you see a guy with a camera, the microphone operator. He's got a boom mic hanging over his head, attached to a long ass boom pole. That thing is $1,200. That's a little bit. That's a tiny bit out of budget, unless you tell me otherwise. Unless you saw one when you were doing your research, where you go, "Whoa, that's awesome." You're typing away now.
You know what? I'm just pounding away on these keys. Here's the deal.
What's the deal?
Are you happy with it?
I have no idea. That's why I'm.
You don't know if you. Eric is unsure if he's happy.
I don't know
with
if I'm. I don't know about my level of happiness, because I'm judging. I'm trusting you guys to say, "Hey, that feels good. That sounds really good," and it's not going to be the same as the.
This is the shotgun you're using right now, right?
Correct.
Yeah, no, it'll do. Because actually, for a second I lost track. For a second, I was like, "Wait, is this?" Then, no, okay. So
the reason why you lost track, I would think, is because when I switch over to the SMB,
oh, there it is.
then you're like, oh,
Yeah.
right. There's a reason why that microphone does what it does.
There it is. Okay. But yeah, no, the other one will do. If you're
for what you needed, and that is to be a microphone that's not in your face while you're drawing, I don't think you can find a better option unless you go with those microphones I mentioned that are taped to the side of your face.
I don't want that microphone, Bill.
Then you have the best option available.
This
I
ain't the
think.
Jobby show. I ain't gonna be having no.
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, Bale?
Howdy. How you been? We haven't been able to touch base in like a week.
Yeah, no, it's been a little while. But I've been playing Elden Ring. I've been
Mia.
I haven't been doing that. Although, you know what? I
What do you mean you haven't been doing that?
have allegedly seen Kyuko's pussy the other day on the internet, floating
Hold on.
around. It was floating around.
I was
It may
listening to a recording on YouTube.
it may have been allegedly floating around various forums.
I mean, isn't she on OnlyFans? Shouldn't that
And look
be
at that pussy.
out there?
It's out there, man. So, just if anybody wants to pay for it, they can.
Meow meow pussy mix.
I can't condone stealing from content creators. That's impolite. But the pictures do exist out there for those of you who have the wherewithal to go find them.
And if you can't use fucking Google to see what one looks like.
It's not stealing, it's pirating. Great. besides that, I've been playing it. Yeah, I've been playing Elden Ring. Yoji posted a news article and a video. I believe it was in New York City. A unidentified woman pushed an elderly woman to the ground haphazardly, and that elderly woman died today from her injuries from that push.
Oh,
fuck.
Yes, so that is
I think that we should consider having them arrested.
Yoji, what is that charge? It's a manslaughter, right? Now the intent, it's not man one, because that's murder. With that's intent to commit homicide, which I don't think you can prove. It's probably second degree manslaughter, but there's a specific term for it when it's accidental, but somebody's no longer breathing, no longer living based on your actions. If you're just looking at its renting, I have a strong belief that internet pirates who don't make profit aren't bad people, they're just broke. Involuntary manslaughter. Thank you, Yoji.
How was the bachelor party?
It was fun, man. It was nice seeing my friends. It was nice seeing my friends, having them over, two of them, one of the couples rather, brought over some really, really yummy Korean barbecue. And I don't know if you guys have ever had the pleasure of delicious Korean barbecue, but it is worth the hype, in my opinion. Netflix is looking at locking out people sharing accounts. Expect more piracy. Yikes. Dude, Netflix, they just upped their prices too.
Really? Sons of bitches.
I don't know how Netflix doesn't make enough profit. I know that doesn't sound...
Because they waste money on shit like Cowboy Bebop.
Listen, you're not wrong. But, damn, dude, I don't get it, because as far as I know, that company is still in the red. Like, they've got hundreds of millions of subscribers, and they're still, I think, technically not profitable. Korean barbecue and Mongolian barbecue are bomb AF. Netflix doesn't make profit because they're willing to spend money on any shit, even movies other studios won't buy. Hey Yoji, did they catch the girl that threw that other girl down? Although Holmes and Watson was so bad even Netflix passed on it. Who is that? What is that?
What the fuck is that?
Has anybody seen Earthbound? Dude, him and I were playing from like 3 a.m. to like almost 5 a.m. my time last night.
Jesus Christ.
I thought
there you were talking about fixing your sleeping schedule.
Dude, I thought that I had grown enough as a player. Of course it would be like it'd be a FromSoft game that would check you. But I'm like, because in my...
You're not here for the orgy?
Hey, oh my God, it's Nicole Ana Maria Gonzalez. It's Nicole Ana Maria Consuelo Gonzalez. Bale.
Yes.
Give her more Spanish names, please.
Let me see. I'm trying to remember if I had like actual experiences with people who had like long ass Spanish names. Funnily enough, I haven't. Like, the longest Spanish name I know is, the typical Jose Maria or Maria Jose.
Double raid, baby. Dude, I'm getting pounded right now. Maddie Cakes, Nikki
Gang,
Cakes.
gang,
They're just beating up my bussy right now. The two of them. It's making Bale's bussy quiver right now. Quiver. Totally pounded. Hello, Elizabeth. Thank you for reminding me to drink my water and sit up straight.
Be cool, Mike. Jesus. Double.
Eric, have you ever used the term bussy in real life? In conversation?
In what sense?
Just in casual conversation, the word.
No, Michael.
Why'd you say it like that? Like you were telling off your little kid?
Eric,
It's just the way like in casual conversation, I'm trying to imagine.
listen. All right, so you pick up the phone. Eric, you pick up
Yes.
the phone to your secretary.
Yes.
You say, hey, so-and-so, get me
Yes.
Ron Kakachi on the phone right now. We got to talk about pussy.
I'm not going to do that. No, I'm never going to say it like that ever.
Wait, so you don't pick up your phone and go in the... I can't do a J. Jameson impersonation, but you don't go, I want pictures of Jonah Moore's pussy and I want them tomorrow.
So
In my
stupid.
life, you
This
guys.
is stupid.
In the example that you just gave, I have never done that ever.
We got to get Eric that little that J. Jonah Jameson mustache and wig.
No. I don't know if you got to do that, is what I'm getting at.
Nerditude, how is Phasmophobia? That's what you guys were up to, right? Oh, hello. How do you shade this? How do you shade this if you wanted to? Wow, an art question. 99 cents. This is fair. First
Nobody
up,
comes in here for
yeah. No,
nobody comes in here for art questions, man. So
No.
thank you.
Yes, appreciate it. People forget that I can draw. Me too.
As you draw, people forget about it.
What is he doing? So, the key to any kind of shading is to think of your two-dimensional object as it would exist if it were a three-dimensional object, and how it would interact with the lighting. So the question is, how do you shade this if you wanted to? And I will volley that question back at you and say, where is your lighting source? And then once you find your lighting source, well then, we'll go from there, rather. My lazy lighting source is behind and back. is basically where just about 90% of the things I draw are lit from.
You like your light source to be on your pussy.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
God damn it. Get this.
This
Get
is a
this.
serious art. Come on.
This is why we had a no Bulgarian policy in here for so many years.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
How long are you going tonight? I'm gonna go a while, man, because I missed the last 2 days, so I want to make it up for you guys. And I'm thinking, at some point, I might cool it on the art stuff, and then go hang out in the Discord lobby and stream some Elden Ring, because I cannot stream. Unfortunately, my CPU and GPU, they're just a little bit too old and out of shape, kind of like me, to stream both to you guys and the game itself. Too much. The game is just too beefy for my computer to properly broadcast. So what ends up happening is, the last time I tried to do that, what happened was the game didn't actually, it only half spawned in the enemies. So Earthbound is fighting these enemies and I can't see them. And I'm a low level walking around
Jesus.
like, where are they? Where are they? Sword to the face. Where are they? Where are they? Spear to the back. Just like, I'm just getting wrecked, getting shredded. So not going to do that. Earthbound beat the game. Wow. When did he do that? Did he do it on a stream? Nerd, what level are you at these days? Now, Nerditude was, he's lost now. Oh no. Nerditude was getting so annoyed with the game, he thought, you know what? I'm just modding this son of a bitch. I fucking, get me the Game Shark. This is what he
That's
said.
it. That's my speed.
That's right. He somehow found a rotary phone that dialed back to the 90s, and he said, he called up Game Power magazine in the back and he asked for tips, and they told him to get a Game Shark.
Got it.
And then they asked him from the future, whatever happened with Monica Lewinsky, and he said, don't worry about it. The nerd says, I am wizard. Yeah, so Earthbound showed up like a hero, you know? He showed up like a hero in my game to help me get through the Academy. For those of you who don't know, the Academy is the second big boss land. Oh, you know what I did today? I beat the first boss. I went back, I beat the first boss, I smacked the shit out of him because what I did was I grinded. I farmed and I grinded and grinded and I farmed until I reached level 90. So
Until
now,
you got into level 90, you said.
I got to level 90. However, this is, as the grinders and farmers out there will know, when you do this, you gain the stats, but you still have that fucking level 1 equipment. You know, like my weapons are garbage, my armor is garbage, my spells are garbage. So like, I may be a really beefy, you know, like you know, you might be He-Man, but you're armed with toothpicks, essentially. So like, there's
Yeah, I
really...
was about to say you're basically a bodybuilder with a screwdriver.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like I'm like this. So I'm not a bodybuilder. I'm not a barbarian. I'm a magic class. So I'm a mage, but I'm a mage, but again with like a broken wand, more or less. So I got all this power.
You're some mage.
And
This is,
You're made
this
with
is
a
not
broken
your
wand,
day for
no one
making
knows.
analogies, yo. This is
I'm way off.
Is your PC
Yeah.
gone dark on you ever again? Or was it just that one time?
It was just that one time. Just that one time. I think it
That's-
overheated.
That's good.
Pink had her baby. Oh my God! Congratulations, Pink. Congratulations.
Is everybody okay? Is everyone healthy? Baby is okay. Early checkups are going all right. Congratulations.
All Soulsborne games have a skill cap, but it's not noticeable. It usually levels out and decreases around 24. I had a C-section at 6 a.m.
And was it a planned one or?
We are both okay. A-okay. Perfect.
Hey,
Love to hear it.
congratulations! I'm so happy.
That's awesome.
So happy for you.
Is there a name that we might call Mini Pink? No way, I was C-section at 7 a.m. Says Melee. Melee, today? His name was Ricardo. Oh, cool. I like that.
Classy.
It's
Classy name.
Ricardo, man.
Not the
that's
way
a
Bale says it, but just generally. Classy name.
If you're gonna
The way
name a
Bale
kid
says it,
Ricardo,
that
you
guy's gonna
better
be
roll
a-
those R's.
That guy's gonna be a villain.
Ricardo. No, that's
Not
cool,
the way
man.
Mike says it either.
Nah, man, that's a classic, cool fucking name. Like, you know who's got a cool fucking ethnic name like that? Antonio Banderas, man. That's a cool fucking name.
I
But I
guess
feel-
he's a Spanish gypsy.
But I feel like Ricardo is up there too, with like Antonio or something like that.
Ricardo's a little classier. Ricardo feels like 1970s. I don't know too many new kids named Ricardo.
Oh, like Ricardo Montalban from
There it is.
Star Trek,
That's
dude.
one. Yeah, you leaned
Yeah.
into it, and I could tell that you like it. But that's a good example.
Emergency C-section. Oh boy, yikes.
Emergency. Oh boy.
Oh man. well-
Hold on. As long as you're okay.
Yes.
So, you're going to have you're gonna have your birth plan, but if in your birth plan there is the safety valve that is the emergency C-section, then clearly it's what do you call it? You didn't have to tap into that side unless you had to, right? That's why they call it an emergency. But I'm glad that there was that safety valve and that everybody's a-okay.
Ditto. Now, Bale, dude, considering you're a fucking dark fantasy nerd, I'm shocked that you haven't got this game yet.
Well, to be clear, Bell likes all his
I-
fantasy characters to be dark. That's what he means by
Yes, 100%.
he likes all the drows. He likes... What else do you like, Bell? That's the best I could make with that joke.
Well, the thing is I don't have Filipino money for the game.
Filipino money means you stole it off the internet, so that's just like saying it's a 5-finger discount. How much is the game?
It's like 60 something bucks, I
like
think.
What a rip-off. What a rip-off.
The new games are plenty expensive. Some games earn it though. From what I've seen, Elden Ring does deserve it.
Elden Ring deserves to be $60.
Elden Ring was it's fun, man. And I've never played I managed to miss all the other From Soft games, so Dark Souls and the lot.
Why did you sidestep Dark Souls and not this one?
What it was it never really enticed me. So like I'd heard, you know, the difficulties of these games are legendary. So it became Dark Souls became synonymous with hard. And then I thought, man, I'm not, you know, I kind of want to, I look for video games to escape. I don't mind a little bit of a challenge, but I don't just want to get my ass handed left and right throughout an entire game. Just to
Yeah,
kind of,
you're not a skill check gamer.
I'm not a masochist is what it is. So, but this game comes out, and just about everybody under the sun, minus those lunatic games journalists that always bitch about things being too hard and there not being enough of a, you know, a difficulty threshold changer for what's the excuse that they use?
Because it's too hard. There's no
Because it needs to be accessible for all peoples, especially those with disabilities. So
It should not. What the hell?
yeah, exactly. Well, here's the thing, man. Not everything has to be for everyone all of the time.
All right, so here's what I always run into whenever somebody brings up that level of argument, right? If somebody were to say, hey, I really don't like insert whatever, let's say whatever video game that you're into, right? I don't really like that game because X, Y, and Z. People who use that same excuse of like it should be accessible to everyone also put up the shield, you don't have to play it, right? But the moment they don't particularly care for it, they say, oh, it should be accessible to everyone. It's
Right.
really annoying.
Yeah, no, it's, and I think, listen, man, if you have a kind of disability that makes it hard for you to participate the way a regular non-disabled person would participate in life, I'm assuming that you've come to terms that some things just aren't for you. Not everything in the world is built for you. But even as a person who doesn't have any physical disabilities, I know some things aren't built for me, in whatever way,
Yes.
shape, or form that takes. I don't
Yes.
walk into every piece of media, everything well, why isn't this made specifically for me? Me specifically, a 6 foot tall, gangly weirdo. I must see myself in everything, and everything must be tailor made for me to experience everything without
Correct.
without any issue.
Correct.
No, that's not how the
Yeah.
world works. There's too fucking many of us.
And keep in mind, the counter argument to what you're saying is like, well, there's some things that you can't, obviously you can't dictate, you can't sort of mold to but this one should be. I'm like, no, why is this one? Why do you decide? Who gets to decide that this is the exception while the other thing is not?
Right.
I know people who are, by definition, obese, who get on an airplane and have to ask for the, what do you call it? The added link to the safety belt. Have you ever seen that before in your travels? Mike?
Never.
No, that is
Yeah.
wild.
That is, I feel like it's uniquely American. But anyway, Somebody who's a little bit, somebody who's big, right? They have to ask for an extension to the safety belt, right?
Yeah.
That person probably is very inconvenienced due to their general size. Yeah. But at no point did they ever look over and be like, why didn't they make these seats any bigger? It sucks.
Yeah.
It really does that they can't be comfortable in a 5-hour flight. But that's the hand that they were dealt.
Right.
And maybe are they asking for the game devs to be like, why can't this be easier for me and my disability? Clearly, and this sucks. This is they clearly did not make it for you.
Right. I mean, they didn't make it not. They made see.
It's not part of their goal.
I think.
They just made the game.
Right. So I think that's what it is, right? So it's not like they didn't make them. It's not like they saw that these disabled people couldn't play the game and they're like, yeah, we're not making it for this. It's less about who they didn't make it for and more about they just made it for, well, probably themselves, you know?
Right.
And but
right.
just by
I guess
way
that's
of that,
the better way to put that.
Yeah.
It's not that they didn't make it for you. They made it for a very specific kind of person.
right?
A very specific kind of gamer, and it doesn't happen to include you in it. It's
Exactly.
Like, they didn't say anti, right?
Right. You said like this is who we're going for. This is kind of a more serious gamer, you might say, a person who's willing to commit a certain amount of time.
Yeah, I saw a video YouTube review of it. They're like, oh, they didn't make the font big enough. They didn't make the yada yada color legible enough, and blah and blah and blah. Just like complain up and down, and that goes into the to me. That goes into the category of like, oh, you didn't like it, then you don't have to play it. I don't understand why you feel like they have to cater to you. You found some things that you didn't care for in the game after the fact, right? You ran into it and you said, oh, this sucks. I can't read it. I'm not, it's way too hard. It's whatever excuse that you may have. You don't have to buy it. They didn't make it so that you couldn't play it.
Right.
You're just finding things to complain about now, and clearly it's unapproachable to you. Okay, cool. Totally cool. Plenty of people, I don't know too many now, but back in the day, you'd say like, oh yeah, you want to go to a sushi bar? Like, oh, raw fish.
Right.
Not for me. Cool. They didn't open the restaurant so that you couldn't eat there.
Right. Yeah. The restaurant isn't named Not for Jan.
Correct.
Has anyone seen if Ricky Borwick is playing the game?
I don't know. You should ask Rum. Rum's hung out with that dude before.
Rom, as the authority on anything and everything Ricky Borwick, have you seen him play?
That's probably not the best way to phrase that.
As the number one Ricky Berwick stan, Rum. Rod on is a bitch, right? Oh, so what ended up happening is I got real big and beefy. So for the first area, that very first area that you're in, Lumgrave or whatever, I could pretty much just slap the shit out of everybody there. Being a level 90, you just slap the taste out of just about everything's mouth. Minus a handful of bosses that are still going to give you some trouble because they're just hard.
Wait, you're level 90 now?
Yeah. Yeah, what I did was I grinded to get to level 90. But like I said, I'm level 90, but I'm with level 1 everything about. Like, I'm very early stage everything.
Right.
You're literally Make Love Not Warcraft crew.
I don't even know what that is.
You know what's funny is that when you were playing
the South Park,
with Earthbound that day,
yes,
you were like, what, level 18?
Yes, I was. Now don't confuse that. Don't confuse me being level 90 with me having unlocked or experienced the majority of the game, because I literally beat the first boss today. But to Bale's point, if you ever watch that legendary South Park episode where they're like, okay, if we kill like 500,000 boars, we'll slowly accrue enough XP to fight this dude. Essentially, I spent like a few hours of my day the other day doing just that. I had a podcast on and I just went through the motions of
killing boars.
Essentially, I killed these. There are these little midget things in like one of the later stages of the game that
Now I know why you did that. It wasn't because of the XP.
they're like you can kill them if you're a mage and you stay way far away and you just beam like magic missiles at them, because if they get close they're gonna like again I was still level 1 so if they get close they got these weapons that are like 3 times the size of them. They're these little midget guys and they will pound you, dude. But you know, shoot, flee, shoot, flee, and I just did that for a few hours and I just racked up the XP. Racked it up until it brought me to level 90, and then I was able to put like 60 in intelligence for my whatever. Anyway, all my equipment is still garbage. So here I was thinking I was king shit because of the beginning of stage of the game. I'm a bad mother effer in the very first stages of the game. But you bring me just about anywhere else. Yeah.
Let me interrupt you. I know you're about to go into this story.
No.
You have spouted so many so many awful curse words on this. You just spent 2 minutes asking me if I've ever said the word pussy in like normal conversation. Right?
Bussy, but yes.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's been some awful things that have come out of your mouth, and yet you just said mother effer like right now, like there was a 4-year-old child in the room, and you had to ask them to put on earmuffs or something. What was that? Was that?
I think I like the cadence of like mf'er versus the same.
No. You didn't say mf'er. You said mother effer.
Yeah. I don't know. I like the abbreviation. I like it mo better. Kind of like saying it, like, instead of saying better, I say more better, even though I know grammatically that's wildly incorrect. But I like the way it sounds. It sounds stupid.
Okay, hey, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just wondering the motivation behind it. Continue.
Just flair.
Yeah, I get it.
Delete that character and make a new one. You just made the game too easy. Banzi, dude, I did not. I'm such a shitty player that I went on a journey with Earthbound the other day and still managed to get absolutely destroyed. I actually lost 40k, which is still a significant amount of money.
You lost that many souls?
Yeah.
Or is there like
so for me, in order for me to level up, I need about 50 something k for the next level. So I almost had enough runes, is what they're called, souls, whatever you want to call them. I almost had enough to get to my next level, but I literally dropped dead because Earthbound and I were in a cave and we stumbled across a boss that we both couldn't take at my level because Earthbound is brought down to my level. Earthbound is brought down to my level when he joins my game. So he is mighty and strong, but in my game he's
not level 1.
He's not. Banzi says, grab the meteor rod and finish the game. Are you talking about the Azor comment? The Azor, his staff? There is a way. There is a. You're talking about in the rot pool there. I already have that. Banzi already have that. It didn't help me at all with this boss. The meteor rod with the rock sling. The meteor rod with the rock sling. It did nothing for these guys. I still got absolutely destroyed. They're the crystalline. Hey, what's up, JS? They're the crystalline bosses, and there's 3 of them. You're Gucci if you have 60 int. Dude, I have 60 int, the meteor rod, the rock sling, and Earthbound, and him and I got completely obliterated. So bad that I just had to leave the 40k in runes there, because I'm like, yo.
No, can you go back and get them?
Nah, because
disappear
after your next death. So you got 1 death to go back and get it, but if you die while retrieving, go bye. They all go bye. You know, so Banzi,
I think if I ever play the game, I will probably play swords, because the berserk sword is there.
The Berserk sword is there. I've actually seen the character walking around with it, and it looks as cool as it does in video clips. Yeah, I can't recommend this game enough. It's so much fun.
I told you I have the flu, Mike, or I have the.
Oh no!
I'm sick.
You did tell me that you caught something. One of your.
It kicked on full blown 2 days ago.
God, how are you managing? Man, when I'm sick, I'm like a fucking baby. When I'm sick, I'm just like, leave me the hell alone. I'm grumpy. I'm irritable. I'm cranky.
That's not anything new for my day to day. Everything that you just said right now is how I friggin' operate. I'm literally Hulk, looking at you, Captain America, and say, "That's my secret, Cap. I'm always grumpy, irritable."
Yeah, I think you're being a little too tough on yourself. I think most of the time
that's my default.
I think your default is, I think on the Eric Canetti default settings, it's defaulted at cutie poo, and then I think
No, knock it off. I'm gonna take you to court for misrepresenting my character.
for defamation.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I got the little body aches. I had the shivers the other night.
God, that's awful.
I'm trying to get through it because I got shit to finish.
Oh, man.
Are you supplementing with anything to help get through it?
Here we go.
Yeah, a lot of THC and sleep.
You just defined a girl on her period. Grumpy. Leave me the hell alone. Cranky. Like, damn, Jazz.
Just me.
I will say, my lady, she's, as far as like her demeanor is concerned, she's more intense emotionally pre-period. So like period, she's irritable because, you know, it's not pleasant being in pain like that. But leading up, like the week before, leading up, it's like she's like an emotional ball. She's like crying, wanting hugs all the time. I almost feel bad. almost like
from strangers, from complete strangers.
Yeah. Hug bus driver, hug.
Running up to people that she doesn't know.
Yeah, I'm just like, man, dude. I'm like, fuck, your body's just like completely screwing with your brain for damn near a couple of weeks out of the month, for the majority of your life. Yeah, it's wild, man. I get hard munchies leading up to my cycle and then have a random day where I cry right before it starts. But like, again, like God, I can't imagine.
Leave it at hard.
Rum's hard all the time. They call her the...
I thought Rum was just like, I get hard.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa.
Yeah. Dude, diamond hard. This? They call her the crystalline clitoris is what they call her in the streets.
What the...
Crystalline clitoris. That's like a finish. That's like a wrestling finishing move. Rum, is that true? Crystalline? Crystal clit?
Yoji says that's the next JoJo arc.
Sure. Here's the thing. I could get Elden Ring, the old-fashioned way. And by that I mean pirating. But I won't be able to play with people.
Oh, playing with people is half the fun, man. For me.
What did he just say? Like the old-fashioned way? What does that mean? You gonna whore for it?
Yeah, he's gonna become a bootlegger.
But I won't be able to play with people through Steam. And I have a few friends that have the game and they keep raving about it. And since the summoning for multiplayer isn't as strict as it was in previous games, I just want to play with people in this. Yeah, no, that's another thing that I'm jazzed about. I don't know if the other Souls games are like this, where you could just, like, Earthbound and I are just kind of literally roaming around together.
Yeah, it's similar. Yeah, my wife does it with her girlfriends online.
Awesome. What was that, Bill?
There's things that I'm talking about in this game. I go like, oh, I was just hanging out with Mike and he was doing this, and some guy who was like a gazillion hit points when he joins Mike, he goes into like play school land, you know?
Yeah.
Like he's got a gazillion health, and then he goes and helps Mike, And she's like, "Oh yeah, that's so you can even things out." I'm like, "Oh, you're sexy to somebody right now." That stuff coming out, that stuff coming out of your
Yes.
mouth. But for me, I'm like, everything is you just said is foreign. It's like, oh, I'll play it, and it sucks because Bale's sitting here going like, "Man, I can't afford it right now." My wife, our copy of Elden Ring is sitting on the counter over there. She's like, "I'll play that when I'm done with this other one." I'm like, "You privileged piece of shit." Some people can't afford one fucking video game. You put it on in the back corner. You play that right now. You play it for Bale. That's what I said.
Some Souls games you have to reach certain areas before you can group with others. You can just play the other person. So like, there are certain single player locked areas for sure. Like I remember there was one area I want to venture to in the academy last night, and I'm like, oh, I know for certain. I saw a YouTube video where somebody's like, if you're in academy, you want to head over here as a mage because there's a special helmet to get. And I was like, oh, Earthbound. But then as I walked over there, it was like this like shimmery wall, which is single player only. So there are
Also,
there's
do have
areas that
single
you
player
can't
only.
access with partner or with like a group
Yeah.
or like a.
Yeah, I guess there's just some in-game areas where they're like, dope. No
Yeah.
babying for you. No hand holding here. You gotta
Yeah.
be a big boy. You gotta do this by yourself. To beat the first boss though, actually as a test, I opened for the first time the summoning area, which up until now has just been Earthbound. But I thought, all right, let me just open this up and see if anybody shows up. 2 dudes showed up, 2 absolute strangers, and we just beat the crap out of the boss. However, I did the most damage. I was looking at what they were doing. They ran up to Godric and were just like slashing him, and then I used the meteor. I used the meteor wand with the rock sling, and I just like every time I hit him with it, I just see a fat chunk of his health just dropping. Just fat chunk. And
Freaking nerds.
part of me was like, dude, I honestly.
Maybe those 2 guys didn't farm boars like you did for hours on end. That's why
Right.
they didn't do that much damage.
Yeah, no. Part of me was like, man, I didn't need any of you dickheads here. I could have just summoned some wolves just to have him get aggro. Like get.
You were happy to see them when they walked in, but the moment you realized you could take them on by yourself, you're like,
Yeah.
I don't
Get
need
the
you,
fuck out.
dickheads.
Yeah, who needs you? Get the hell
You
out
are
of here.
the worst fucking member of the Super Friends, dude. Do you remember that? You remember that show Mask? Bale, this may be before your time. Remember Mask?
The Jim
The guys
Carrey
with like
cartoon?
yeah, the cartoon, yeah.
Yeah.
With like
Jim Carrey cartoon? Like the mask, the
No.
green guy? The green
no,
face
not
guy?
that one, not that one. The one with
is
like the guys with the technological vehicles that would start off like a Camaro and suddenly the gull wings would come and kick on.
Oh
and
my
it'd
god.
turn into a jet plane. Do you remember that?
I forgot about that. I think I mentally blocked
But you
it
know
out.
of it, right? Now,
Yes.
is it tickling your memory? Anyway, the point of that show is that, anytime that they would get hit with a mission, the leader, this guy named Matt Tracker, would call in some of the relevant experts of wherever they're going to go. Sometimes they go into like the jungle, sometimes they go underwater, typical 80s, 90s cartoon shit, right?
Yes. Man, I completely.
I got to be honest with you. I would never activate your call card or whatever
Oh,
it
I
is
see.
because you are just the most awful operative.
Like, not this guy again.
This fucking dude. Like, get the fuck out of here. I don't need you guys anymore. Or you would be like the most awful mission leader.
Like, oh, here we go again. He's insulting us.
I could have fucking summoned wolves instead of you guys.
It's Joe Sergeant Ginacola again.
Could have fucking summoned wolves, just take aggro. Hey, and at the end of the fight, you're like, hey, guess who did the most damage, dude? Yeah, well, you guys are just fucking
Cola.
rolling around, hacking at it.
Yeah.
I
If
cast
Cola played
magic
World of
missile 16
Warcraft.
17 times. Took a chunk of its health.
Oh,
I did it,
Cola
not you
played-
guys. All right, get the fuck out of here.
If Cola ever played World of Warcraft, he'd be the type of player to link the damage meters after every fight.
Dude, that would be great to see. It would be great to see Superman do that. Not an evil Superman like Homelander or like a chaotic neutral one or whatever, like, or you know, Omni-Man. Just Superman who's a dickhead. You know, he shows up and he does a good thing, but he's like, "Do you like what you see? Brainiac, that was all me. You assholes. See ya. Good luck cleaning this shit up."
I took 3 on you guys. All like the 3 of you took on 1.
Yeah.
So, you know. Anyway,
Yeah.
high five, team. I mean, he air quotes team. High five.
It's like, hey,
he'd like high five team and he'd high five himself.
it's like, hey, Bruce, couldn't help but notice you were really struggling with that one parademon. Just the one.
Right. I saw you swinging around though. Did you use one of their guns to disarm them, or that was
How
nice.
did
That was a good
rank
move.
work out?
That was a good move, man. You used their own weapons against them because you were using your brains. That's what we needed right then. Your strategy. All
Hey,
right.
Jojo
cool.
Art. Thank you,
Or the
Jojo
Flash
Art.
just shits on him for not being that fast.
It's like,
What'd you do, Flash? You just like run around, or nice?
no, that
Nice.
would be.
I had heat vision. You guys.
Did you guys see me fly in with the heat vision and super strength?
Right. You know, nigh invulnerability. Did you see that's what I did.
Yeah, did you see me grab a car and use it as a stick and just beat off like hordes of parademons with every swing?
Right on. Right on. That's basically
Yeah.
Mike during this particular during the game.
Yeah, right. And he leans in and says something weird like, you know what? I didn't kill any, but I maimed one just for fun, just to see if anybody would notice. All right, bye everybody. Good luck cleaning this shit up. I'll see you at the next
Yeah.
one, chumps.
Cole is like Superman if you landed in fucking New York instead of Kansas.
And then the league would just be like, I fucking hate calling this guy.
Yeah, but he fucking gets the job done. If there's like a gazillion parademons, but fuck, man, he's gonna berate us after the fight for sure.
Man, that guy
Hey, man,
sucks.
why don't we think about not calling him? Shut the fuck up, Cyborg. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Oh man. Hey, Feliciano.
Hey, what'd you have for dinner last night?
Korean fried chicken.
What is the segue?
I'm trying to look for something to eat. I'm freaking starving, but I'm not hungry because I'm sick.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
A
Like,
nice
I know I should
bloody-
be eating
You
something
should.
right now.
You should eat. Probably, dude. Soup is. Listen, man. When you're sick, soup is still the
Get
best.
some noodles.
Not pancakes?
No, not pancakes.
No.
Shoot.
You guys don't make any fucking sense sometimes. Not
Yeah.
spam masubis, because that sounds good.
Mm-mm. Some chicken noodle soup.
Why is that the default? I don't get it. Is that
I
really
don't go
as
for
effective?
chicken noodles.
What do you go for, Bill?
Part of it is because of the collagen from chicken. Because usually, chicken soup is made with like legs and bones inside the soup, so the collagen seeps through to the broth. But I just go for any.
You don't like it? Is that what
any-
you're saying?
No, I'm saying that's why it usually is a default because of the bone. With all the collagen that seeps through to the broth. That's why it
Alright.
helps so much. Because collagen helps with. What's the word I'm looking for? Recovery.
All right, listen.
But I just.
That's all
I
fine and
skip
dandy, but
any-
I'm gonna get spam masubi.
All right. Listen. I mean, get,
We'll work this all out tomorrow, because right now,
Yeah, I think last time I got curry noodles and being kind of sick, or at least with a cold, and getting spicy noodles was not the best idea.
what? Doesn't it just clear you out?
Yeah, but also my stomach didn't like it too much. It fought its way on the way out. Is what I'm saying.
Strong in body, but not in mind, Bill. That's what that sounds like.
Bill, how's the work
Could've been
coming on
just,
your comic?
I couldn't draw much today because I fucked up my scheduling. I think I did do one full panel, and then I started on a second one. but it's page 27, I think. Yeah, 27. So I'm almost 20 pages left.
Dude,
I've passed the halfway point.
I should be honest, man. I appreciate the hell out of your determination, man. It's inspiring.
Thank you.
I'm not into it. I think there's a lot of overreaching happening on your end, but you know, I'll save my judgment till the end.
On who's in? On Colas?
No, on your end.
Yeah,
I
bail.
think you're. Stop trying to be Superman. At best, you're like.
Jimmy.
Who are we
Olsen.
thinking, Mike? Jimmy? No.
No.
He's got a little bit more.
No, I'm
part.
kidding. He's Kite Man.
He's got it. I was gonna say
No.
Hawkman, but all right, that's comparable.
Kite Man.
Oh, don't put me in Catman because Catman was like one of the main characters of Vom King's Batman run.
Okay,
That's
okay.
insulting.
He's Condiment Man.
Well, my situation is such that I gotta swing for the fences, and if I miss, it's going to be like a part of that 2-year pause on making comics.
I'm just kidding, Bill. You
Yeah.
reach for the stars. That didn't sound at all authentic.
No. It's not like you're reading from a poorly written script.
Yeah, that's on me. That's on me.
No, I'm here for it. Hello, get off my lawn films. Dave Tran says in our chat, I don't feel anything here. What's he saying that in regards to?
His heart.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Is he pointing at certain parts of his body? Like, this part is numb.
As he points to his head.
I don't feel anything in these parts here.
Man, I miss that guy.
Talking about him like he's dead, Mike. Ain't talking about him like we went to his wake a couple days ago. Oh man, I missed that guy already.
You know what?
can still hear him
I get up
commenting.
to Vancouver to go to Dave Tran's wake.
Just
Really?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's what it would take, is him dying to go visit him at his place.
To get me to go to Canada? Absolutely.
Tran. Dave Tran. Mike needs you to die. So we can go visit Canada. Hey, are they letting people cross your border right now, Dave?
Where is that?
Canadian government being crazy right now?
And besides the usual, I think it's still or did they change that? Oh, Bandai's making a Gal Geiger model kit. And a Mandalorian one.
All right, that's my time, kids.
All right, buddy. Hey, feel better.
Thank you
Go
very much.
get rested up.
I would have. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I got distracted by what Mike put on Sled Gang. All right. Man, I was really looking forward to that fucking spam masubi, and now I'm kind of like,
Lost
I can't do that.
lost the appetite after that.
I did.
What the
All
fuck
right.
did you
Well,
post?
Don't you worry about what I
soup it
posted.
is. All right, kids. I'll talk to you later.
Talk to you
Bye-bye.
later.
Catch you later, Master Kennedy. What the fuck did you post this to destroy a man's appetite? Is this character you're drawing an Elden Ring character?
It is. Oh fuck! They're Dave. I almost call him Gave Tran. They're. I'm up in Canada. Was there an was there an Akana fan question? What are you talking about? Get off my lawn. Here, Bill. I'll show you. Hey, Bill. How was that? How old is that video that you sent me? The YouTube one.
I sent you a day or
Yeah, today.
the guide one. Let me check which the one. I gotta say, I'm not impressed.
Here, Bale, get closer to your microphone. How can I add a picture? Are you in the Discord? Because if you want to share your artwork, you could do so in the art channel in Discord. You can't share it directly to YouTube. YouTube doesn't allow that.
The video that I sent you is almost 2 years old. It's from 2020.
Yeah, because that one particular creator kind of bailed on both Twitch and YouTube and decided to go fully into like NFTs and crypto.
I mean, whatever makes money.
Oh no, listen, I'm not begrudging them. I'm just saying, like, in the grand scheme of them, like, you know, going about their own, you know, being like doing what they're preaching. I don't want to say they didn't make it, but they kind of quit on their own, you know? It's kind of like,
Yeah, but also her startup, as I told you in that video, is like, oh, I just happened to make videos for like huge streamers, and then I miraculously blew up, and I'm like, I know how editors for big channels work. You being pay money Wubby's editor is gonna help your ass a lot.
oh yeah, no. Get off my launcher's rights. Ciao. Ciao yourself. Yes, I'm doing an Elden Ring character. Bill, should I make it sexy, the character?
Is this from like an actual character, or is this you drawing your own character?
No, this is an actual character.
What's the character's name? Let me look up the source material.
R-A-N-N-I.
Rani?
Yes.
Is that the witch that hugs you?
Is that the what?
The witch that hugs you.
No,
character
no.
murdering
Did you know when that witch hugs you? No,
Gives
dude.
you a debuff, I know.
Yeah, Banzi, Randy doesn't hug you. I think he's talking about death at the round table.
Yeah, I don't know which one did. That's why I asked, because I
Yeah.
saw the girl in the robe, and I'm like, ooh.
Randy is the
Is
blue
that
moon witch.
peak male fantasy?
She hugs me in my dreams. Okay, Banzi.
Yeah, you can sexy it up.
It's Randy, but she's got
It's a-
big tits.
I'm scrolling through the DuckDuckGo. I was gonna say resources, results, and there's already like her in like lingerie.
Let me see. Show me. No.
It's gonna be better than what you just showed me.
Oh my god, this is wild. Wow. Those hands are terrible though.
Oh yeah, here's something. You can tell that someone is a hentai artist if they do their best to hide hands, or whenever they draw them, they're just dog shit in comparison to everything else they draw.
Wow. Yeah, no, like
Because
the
they don't spend time
the proportions on the
drawing them
body.
because that's not what sells.
Proportions of the body, excellent.
I think that belly button's off.
I think the belly button's a little too low, to be honest. The belly button is in her like where her like womb would be, but like not like her sex organs would be, not where, you know. Listen,
Yeah,
they put the
it's
belly button right
heads.
above the mons vernus. For those of you who are like, they put the belly button in her pelvic region, not like where her like lower stomach is.
But it's 3 heads high, not high, 3 heads long. Shoulders aren't too broad. It's small waist, wide hips. Probably could be wider, but that's just personal preference at this point. But yeah.
Wow, Bill just called me out. I hide hands all the time. I'm
Cool-
trash
cool.
at drawing hands.
I mean, gotta learn it. And if you want to produce a piece and you're not comfortable with your hands, but you want to draw it anyway, you just hide them. This is the age-old comic book quote. I don't know who came up with it first. When in doubt, black it out. Yeah, I mean, you already had one video of a character in lingerie blowing up. I don't see why not go for a second.
Yes, I'm looking up a little bit of some reference right now.
Maybe throw in some shibari.
Well, here's the thing about that. I can't post anything too booby. Lingerie is probably fine, but I can't afford to be punished on
Because we're
social media.
because we're both prudish, but also sex worker positive at the same time. And for some reason, you drawing a pair of tits can be thrown into either direction.
Is that in portrait mode? Yes. This is a portrait mode iPad Pro. That's where I mostly draw. I mostly draw in portrait mode. Like 90% of the time. Don't worry, Pink. His hands aren't much better. Mine are bales. How dare you?
Oh yeah, speaking of drawing hands, since my frogs have 4 fingers instead of 5, it's been an adjusting period to set up the palm and the 3 fingers. I'm like, think of the Ninja Turtles. Even though they have 3.
Hey Yoji, how's Bernard Chang, man? I haven't heard from him in a while.
He's been posting quite a bit about his Chinese comic.
Dope. Good for Bernard, man. That guy's he's a talented dude. Raven the Hybrid just subscribed. Thank you, Raven the Hybrid. He's busy. He just got back from some con at the UAE. What's the UAE? Is that a stupid question? Oh, United Arab Emirates. Sorry, I forgot.
Damn, he was there.
Yeah, Bernard was there. Kreese was there. Tony Moy was there. A whole bunch of artists that we know were I think flown out there.
Damn, good on them.
Liefeld and Kreese along with some other people were there. Wild. Oh, dude, I restarted my Instagram from scratch. If you go to Instagram.com,
everything?
Everything's gone. If you go to Instagram.com/Michael D. Nicola, me. It's fucking.
Is that a way to combat shadow banning?
Yes. I've been shadow banned too many times on my account, and the people that were subscribed to me all those ages ago, they don't see or like my art anymore. So I no longer. I started fresh. Fresh.
Whole new ass account.
It's a brand new account. And what I've decided to do in order to stop me from being a dick and be like, oh, this person unfollowed me, that person unfollowed me, I'm just going to I'm not going to follow anyone. So don't feel any need or pressure to follow me. My follower count is going to remain at 0. I'm just going to use this as a place to post my art, maybe some memes. But no, I'm not going to be really chatting much with people or any of that stuff.
I'm still gonna DM. Now that you're back on Instagram, I'm still gonna DM you the usual.
Listen, feel free to DM me whatever you like, but yeah, no. Some rich oil prince took a liking to Kreese and wanted him to do his NFTs, but I think he passed. Oh man, crease art in it
Why,
too.
Hyun-san? Why would you fucking oil when an oil? This is what I've learned from League of Legends streamers. When an oil prince offers you money, you say thank you. I'll do my best, and you take it.
Boy, oh boy. Thank you, Bale. And this is a iPad. This is an iPad Pro. Get off my lawn.
God damn it, Hyun-san. I don't know why, but there's something about giant hats that make a female character extra adorable.
Giant hands?
Hats.
Hats. Okay. It's like giant hands, dude. I'm like, I guess I could give her a big hand. Here we go. Hang on, just to see what that looks like. I'm gonna give her a fucking big fat hand.
We're gonna give her like one super mutated Hulk hand. Dude.
You know what, Bale, I'll be honest, that looks weird. She looks like she got spider fingers, man. That's not cute. That's not cute at all, Bale.
Oh, speaking of Spider, there's a new Spider-Man comic that I think you're going to enjoy. It's called Savage Spider-Man. It's done by the writer is Joe Kelly and the artist is Sandoval, I think. Let me check. It's Spider-Man and half Spider, half Savage Spider form in the Savage Land.
Cool.
Let me see if I can get it. There you go. Issue 2 isn't out yet. Yeah, so it's Joe Kelly and Gerardo Sandoval. Let me send you the comicsology link.
Yoshi, I thought Savage Oh, look at it. February 2nd, 2022. Savage Spider-Man issue 1. Ooh, freaky, man. Is this like an Elseworlds kind of thing?
I don't know if it's in Elseworlds or it's back. No, I think they explain in like the first page or something. It's like off continuity, kind of. I don't fucking know. I don't know where it stands.
Dude, did he just eat a live pig?
Yes.
Wow, this is wild, dude. This is old school, man. This dude, I'm reading this. This looks like 90s. Dude, this looks like 90s art.
I know,
this looks like 90s
right?
Spider-Man.
It's 90s Spider-Man, and when you look at the pages, the writer has allowed the artist to breathe and draw.
Oh,
like,
this
look
is
at all
fun.
these giant splash pages, dude.
Hang on, I'm posting it in the art channel. I'm gonna post it in the comic channel. One of the pages that caught my eye. I'm gonna check that out later.
Is Joe fucking Kelly the guy's a veteran? Like he's probably the best. The only thing that I would have preferred is that he looked more like the mutated spider from the cartoon instead of having a spider lower body.
Yeah,
I don't know where that
tricky.
story falls in the comics, but what I remember, let me see if I can just look it up. Okay.
Do you find yourself needing to spend extra on the iCloud or such thing? No, you could use Dropbox or Google Drive or whatever, and just send things to yourself that way. It's not that expensive. As long as you got decent Wi-Fi, you could send yourself all kinds of files pretty easily.
I would prefer the Savage Spider-Man I just linked. Damn, and Marvel, for once, are doing a proper, fun Spider-Man.
Yeah, good for Marvel. Return of Man Spider. No problem. Dude, get off my lawn. Do not... art questions are always welcome. 'Cause, you know, as long as they're sincere. Happy to answer process questions or anything like that.
Oh look, Banzi found even more. Rule 34.
Where's he
Oh,
posting
Jesus
that?
Christ. Not safe for work channel.
Oh my god, Banzi.
Yeah, the hentai artists don't waste their time.
Jesus Christ, dude, her pussy's wide open. Is it the forearms or something that people really like about Ranny? Yes, sir. Banzi, where'd you find this?
Probably Google it. Typed in Ranny R34. That's usually enough.
Dude, the one where... I will say it's clever. There's one where she's like holding her legs up into the back so she could present herself to you, we'll say. With her two set of hands, right? So like if I told you to get on your back and grab your legs with your arms, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? And it would probably take you both arms to kind of like pin them there. But she has 4 sets of arms. So she's using her 2 arms to pull her legs back to present herself, and the extra hand is help spreading herself open for you to get a peek at the old vulva. Jesus.
The old devil's crevice.
What's weird about that image is that besides just the, you know, just the graphic nature of it, is that her face is dead, dude. She's got that amaranth dead in the eyes face while she's doing it.
Yeah, there's not much of it there. Just like a third of an eyeball and something that looks like a smirk.
Yeah, dude.
But that's not the focal point.
Yeah, no, man. I guess people really want to fuck Ranny, which is peculiar.
Oh, welcome to looting video game characters 101. If there's a slightly cute character, even if it's not cute, if an artist likes a character and he happens to be a hentai artist, give him 48 hours. It's usually the meme whenever something horny happens in nerd culture. The meme is like people DMing the hentai artists be like, hey man, what's the hold up?
Banzi says, there's a reason why Amaranth is rich. Yeah, listen,
Dead eyes
man.
and big fake tits.
I've never understood it. I'm assuming it's her marketing more than anything else. Because I'm not saying she's an unattractive woman. Although she doesn't particularly do it for me, I can understand. But in the grand scheme of women that sell their bodies for, you know, sex work on the internet, she is, as far as looks wise and personality, she is not at the top. But she makes all of the money. And to be honest, I've always find it perplexing. Because like I said, man, there are so many millions of women on OnlyFans and that kind of stuff that, you know, they sell photos, and yet she is at the tippy top, and there's no doubt about it. And she is, yeah, no, I've seen a few of those videos. They're not particularly, like, they're fine, and I could see people, you know, beating off to them, but it's not like, it's nothing to write home about, man. She's put up billboards in LA promoting her OnlyFans. Wow. No one watches porn
Jesus
or
Christ.
OnlyFans for the personality. Hell, some Twitch streamers aren't even watched for their personality. Yeah, I know. Listen.
Yeah.
I get not watching her for her personality, right? But she's not the hottest, nor sexiest. As a matter of fact,
Not by a long shot.
not only is she not the sexiest or hottest, I find her to be almost devoid of that entirely, like appeal. Her eyes are like soulless. She's stiff. There's nothing really like, so like, yeah, I don't, but maybe it's got to be just a me thing, man. They should unban Indy. She isn't even the prettiest or most interesting. I mean, you know who not Indy, right? Yeah, I would say Indy's more attractive than Amaranth. And at least she's like fun,
Oh,
and
yeah.
at least she's like fun and silly, and like she kind of gets the meme of it.
Yeah, you can fuck around with him. I
Right.
mean, not in the sexual way, just just talking shit like we are now.
Right. Yeah, Indy can hang.
And Indy can play the guitar and sing.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. The girl can actually like make music. So yes, I don't understand. She knows how to play the simp game. I think that's what it is. I think the thing that separates Amaranth from the other girls is that she just knows how to play the marketing game better. She knows how to sell herself, kind of like Belle Delphine in that way. Whereas like Belle Delphine was not that attractive. I mean, if you saw Belle Delphine without the makeup and all that shit, if you just saw her at the local mall or GameStop, you might not have even looked twice at her. But she's the queen of internet marketing. She knew how to market herself better than anyone.
Both of those girls know how to pimp themselves.
Yeah, so like that's really and truly what makes them stand out. More than any of their physical attributes. Belle messed up when she went hardcore. Had she kept teasing, her shelf life would have been longer. Yeah, I think when she showed herself getting plowed, people like they got it, you know? Like people, like that's what they wanted. They just want to see her getting slammed.
The mystery is gone now.
Right. Yeah, we now know what it looks like when she's taking it up the booty.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think she's made so much money that she doesn't care if she's no longer an internet personality.
Yeah, that's true, dude. Man, you're right.
I think she mentioned she's made millions.
Millions.
So far, so. But does she care if she vanishes off of fucking Twitter and Instagram?
Well, although
She's set.
Although Amaranth, dude, another one who's made millions, admittedly made millions, and she doesn't seem to have any signs of slowing down.
Well, it's a personality trait. I think that she sees that she has made a lot and she can make even more. Why stop now?
Well, you
If
know,
it's like almost, which is probably automated at this point. She just makes her life less content, and the marketing machine is like pushing it that much forward, that
Well,
much
also-
further.
also I'd imagine that the wall is coming. You know, like there's a when it comes to selling your body as something sexually desirable, there is a shelf life on that, as Yoji said.
MILFs exist.
MILFs do exist, but even there's a threshold on that too. And also at some point it gets a little, you know, like geez,
I don't know.
you know, or you can be like 55 years old still on OnlyFans. I mean, I guess you could.
I mean, there's so many people in this rock that is bound to be that's bound to be good for someone in their taste.
But I'm talking about but like at that point it's a fetish, right? At that point, you know,
Yeah.
you're like a niche. But I'm talking about like mass appeal. Mass appeal, I think Banzy's right. 25 to 35, maybe 40 if you've got good genetics and are really good makeup and lighting, which you can afford, and plastic surgeon.
surgery,
Yeah,
which you can afford.
which she could also afford. So she might be able to push that into her 40s and still look like a 20-something, late 20s, early 30s. But like, yeah, at some point, you know, you can only do so much.
How has your deadline weight drawing journey been so far?
Haven't practiced in a few days, but I mean, it's been fun thus far. I will say, man, I've got a real respect for people like mangaka artists, and as well as artists who work like our friend John Amore, whose lines are as clean as a whistle.
As dead as his heart.
Yeah, it's really a skill that I greatly admire. The ability to commit to a line, and just like that is the line. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This is the line. I'm committing to this line hard right now.
I mean, it's their desserts, though. It is what it is. But from what I've seen with Asian digital artists, they often use this type of line because they're going to paint over it anyway.
Right.
So there's no reason for them to have like much line weight or aim if it's going to be painted over.
That's true.
But yeah, the thing I've seen with a lot of mangaka is that it's not going to be 100% deadline weight. It's going to be like 80. It's going to have like a very slight line weights, and I think that's just the Eastern style of having a thinner line weight and still having some thick to thin. But it's barely noticeable. The only times I notice it is when I'm either zooming in because I'm looking at the art, or as if I'm watching them as they're drawing. Because, you know, if you don't notice it then what the fuck are you doing?
I'm turning the Moon Witch into a little bit of a slut.
You aren't gonna be the first, you're not gonna be the last.
She loves the moon, but also she loves the cock. Am I late to the party? Hey, Axie. I'm drawing a character from, I'm drawing the Moon Witch from Elden Ring. Ronnie, one of those things. I'm definitely, you know, I'm definitely going to be drawing her a little bit more provocative than the game makes her to be. Not super provocative. I'm not looking to get banned off social media platforms again.
Yeah, it's so fucking stupid. Oh, speaking of Amaranth, you know G4 that they had that Proskiran huge sexism and gaming thing? Well, was it this week or last week they had Amaranth of all people in a fucking ball pit?
I saw the ball pit
in a bikini.
She's in a bikini in a ball pit being cutesy. Oh, they had her. They had her playing with a shake weight? Did you see that?
Yeah, that too. I mean, I didn't see the clip. I just saw they made her do it.
I saw the clip. She's playing with a shake weight. You know, the kind where it looks like you're jerking off.
Yeah. And I'm like, what happened to sexism in gaming and women not being there in order to be easy on the eyes for the male audience?
Yeah, no, it's bullshit. They don't care. They care about views, and their numbers have been going down on their YouTube channel for quite some time now. And that rant by Frosky, whatever the fuck her name is, didn't help things.
Fork, as Papa Gundam calls it.
Fork urine. Helped nobody. Alienated a whole bunch of the gamer community, and people were perturbed and upset by it. And then G4 turns around and does a skit where Amaranth has her tits out and is playing with a shake weight, and she's shaking it like a hard cock, like she does in her videos, and she's saying something along the lines of, the harder you shake it, the more money comes out, which was admittedly a funny line. But yeah, I feel like that just kind of, yeah, no, they don't have principles or morality there. It's about the bottom line, always has been.
It's business, baby.
it's good sometimes to just commit to the line, though. No, it is. I notoriously do not commit to the line.
I'll show you.
I generally listen. I mean, look at my undersketch. Look at this. All these lines, this whole collective of lines. These are maybe lines, is what an art guy I used to know called them. Maybe lines.
Maybe lines.
Yeah, because a maybe line is like maybe here, maybe there, maybe the arm's here, maybe the arm's there, maybe the hand's here, maybe the hand's there. Versus a line like here, I'll use the manga brush, versus a line like this. See that? That's not a maybe line. That is a very definitive. This is the shape of the arm. This is the arm.
For sure line.
Right. This is certainty. The arm is here. These other lines are like, oh, I don't know, I'm still kind of an in between. You know, you can tell by my top drawing here.
I just DM'd you when it comes to also committing to a line.
Oh, nice. Nice inks.
Thank you. I try not to spend too much time on it because you can't just get carried away and end up spending like 3 hours working.
Yeah, that's great classic inking there. Yeah. And well, the thing about being an artist is, one of the many things that is you have to learn to commit. If you're drawing comic book art, or even if you're painting is a little bit more forgiving.
If you're painting traditionally.
I don't know if you're painting traditionally, but if you're painting digitally, you still have to commit to where something is going to be. Now, I'm many things, but a painter I am not. I suppose most paintings start with an under sketch, I think is what they call it.
Mm-hmm.
So the illustrator and the painter actually kind of start off from the same space. So this sketch I'm doing, which I'm going to eventually be inking over, this process is near identical to the under sketch of a painter, which would allow them to know, what their values need to be, etc., etc. Who'd have thought I'd become an
authority.
Wait, what? What'd you say? A what?
An authority.
I'm not an
Authority.
Respect my authority. No, not an authority. No, I was gonna say, who'd have thought I'd become an Elden Rings guy, a From Software guy.
Yeah.
Oh man, dude, should I put her? Cause she's wearing like a little dress. Yeah, what if I open the dress a little bit up for a little bit of side titty?
Ooh, some side titty.
So like
That
instead of the blouse being like fully zipped up, what if it was just a slightly undone? Just the top couple buttons, Banzy.
Just enough to get that promotion.
Just enough to get out of the speeding ticket. The moon police pulled her over. Lots of maybe lines eventually equal committing. I like Axie's like, am I late to the party?
I mean, From Software have 7 games out so far. 0 transactions.
0 microtransactions.
Zero microtransactions, yeah, sorry.
0. They've made no money on any of these games.
But yeah, I want to try. I want to play Elden Ring. I think I can just get Sekiro now. Because it doesn't have multiplayer as far as I know.
Dude, Sekiro was on my lists, but again, kind of like the other Dark Souls games,
I have one of them. I have the first one. That's also a prepared to die edition. So you can imagine that not being the best introduction to the series.
Right. I mean, that's the thing that's that's the thing that had always kept me from it. And not that I have any issue with not that I have any issue with highly difficult games, but I did the thing that journalists think that other human beings can't do, which is, I don't have any disabilities or physical disabilities. I'm probably mentally disabled, but I don't have any
journal. So what's your point?
Yeah. My lack of physical disabilities doesn't physically prohibit me from playing other Souls games or other From Software games. It was just I didn't want that kind of. I knew how frustrating it would be, and I didn't want to subject myself to that. So I just figured, oh, you know what? This game isn't for me. I don't want to play a game with this level of difficulty. It's too hard. I do think it's an awesome game though. This new one. I still don't want to play the old ones. Hey Jojo.
Yeah, I think my issue wasn't with the hardness because I already knew about it, and I'm okay with a game being mechanically challenging. My issue is that since it's not, at least the Dark Souls I have, it's not linear. It's like a very open world, and I think at one point I got lost and I just kept running into the same places and dying, and I just I was like, you know what? I'm not literally physically getting anywhere with this game, so I'm just gonna quit.
And that was Dark Souls?
Yeah, that was the first one. It wasn't because I'm getting killed all the time. It was because I don't know where to go and what to do.
Yeah, sure. I'll be honest. I watched a few YouTube walkthroughs because I hit my threshold. Like I'll do lots of exploring. I'll try to check out secret passageways. I'll check walls for hidden, like compartments and all kinds of stuff. But at some point, I'm like, okay, you know what? I've gotten my fill of not going to the right place and exploring this place.
Yeah.
I want to progress. Hey, Mizente, yes. Hey, El Kabong. Authority. I love that, dude. I love that we got YouTubers in here, YouTube audience members. Hello, YouTube audience members. And they that aren't part of the regular crowd. Which again, hey,
YouTubers are always great.
Love my regular community, man. Love my Bansies, my Yojis, my Mezentiuses, my yourself, Bale. Is that the witch girl from Elden Ring? It is. It's Ranny. How did you know Mezentius? It's Randy, but she's sexy with tiggle bitties. Mezentius.
You mentioned Dark Fantasy earlier, and I think we're gonna get into Claymore because Berserk ended in the most Berserk fashion. But I think I'm gonna get into Claymore whenever I get a chance to read. And I think there's plenty to check out, but of the most famous ones, Claymore is probably like the one you can go after Berserk.
Oh, giant witch hat and Elden Ring in the title. I forgot this was still titled Elden Ring. Kabong, congrats on your new job, buddy. Kabong got a new job. Got a new job.
Congrats, man. Especially in these times, that's great.
Yeah.
Hopefully you'd be able to afford fuel now. You'd be able to afford gas.
How are you liking Elden Ring? I think it's dope. Have you been playing? I've been saying this all day. This is my first Souls game, so I'm still quite new. bigger learning curve than I had realized, but what's great about the game is they make it worth your while. I will say that's that might be my favorite part of the whole thing. That
The learning curve?
not just the learning curve, but the game itself, where if you're fighting a difficult boss and you're losing a bunch and it sucks, if you persevere and learn and adapt and eventually beat that boss, it's so rewarding.
Oh yeah.
You truly do feel a sense of accomplishment, for better or worse. And you know what? You kind of did. You deserved it, because those bosses are not easy to down. So yeah, if you learn, you adapt, you grow, you overcome, and level up to 90. That's right. Kill the boars. Not my first Souls, but it's the first one I've liked. It's super accessible for a first-time player, but a bit too open for a first experience. Well, that's the other thing. I horse rode to some pretty end game content. Like I managed to ride my horse and get the game without beating the first boss to the not the area before, not the giant area, but like the Volcano Manor area, and as well as like the capital city area. I got over there just basically on horseback. Authority. All right, hang on. I gotta pee. Pee break because I chugged my coffee.
Again?
You know me, baby.
I know you ever. Yes, those games usually aren't open world, and I think this is their first foray into like proper open world where your character can actually jump. And it's great that you can find a boss, be like, you know what, I can't beat this motherfucker now, I'm gonna come back later. I'll see you in 10 levels, you little bitch. I've seen quite a few clips of people playing Elden Ring, and there's this one clip I watched of a guy using, I think it was that one katana with like the bleeding. That guy was barely moving. Like he had the mechanics down so hard, he could just parry, crouch, and just sidestep shit. Meanwhile, you see any other Souls players, it's like, oh, did the boss move like an inch? And you just see them like double, triple rolling to the side. I wonder if it's worth trying to play the first Dark Souls now. Or should I just, jump the gun on Elden Ring whenever? And Sekiro. Because that's a game about samurai, and I'm a sucker for those. What the fuck are they talking about? Five rows to be sure, yeah. I'm not sure if it was some new legend on Twitter. I saw it on Twitter, but I'm not sure of the profile. First Dark Souls, the best Dark Souls. I have the Prepared to Die edition though. So I don't know if I'm just kneecapping myself with it, because that was the one that was on sale. And I don't know if... Oh no. My headset dying! Okay, my headset is dead. Battery ran out. Yeah, I did hear that the third one was too easy, and they for some reason didn't make it dark enough. Like the trailer showed it pretty dark, but then when it released, they lightened it up by quite a bit, and people were not having it. But it's classic. Okay, okay. Do I need any mods for Dark Souls 1 regarding keyboard or controller support? You know, I have both, but you know, I should still ask if there's like any controller mods that fix any issues that there are. Yes, you do. Lay it on me, Pansy. Ooh, where did you repack? I fucking love the modding community of Steam. I think I can finally uninstall Deep Rock Galactic. I don't think I'm playing it anytime soon with the boys because Monster Hunter is out. Oh, you didn't like them? I can't even speak now, it's so late, it's almost 3 a.m. You didn't like them as much as Elden Ring? Yeah, I've heard that a lot of people are getting on the Elden Ring hype train that didn't play the games before. It's good though. I think they're going in the right direction. And I don't know what made... Just from trailers and whatnot, I don't know what made Elden Ring more appealing to newcomers. Probably the open world aspect. Nexus mods. Link those in the Discord. Because I'm not going on Twitch to copy and save the link. Wait, is that for Dark Souls Remastered? That's not. I don't know if that's just a mod pack name, but that's not what, that is not what I have. Mine is simply, where is it? Where's the... Mine's simply Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition. Lazy one. I'm not supporting Twitch. I'm not even... The sub I give to Cola is my Amazon sub. So I'm not even giving Twitch directly any money, even though they are owned by a corporation and I'm giving that corporation money, but you know, I'm not directly giving it to Twitch. Cause fuck Twitch. What was I looking for? Free. It's the old one. Yeah. I don't remember when I bought it. It's so old. It was on sale. And I'm like, you know what? People say Dark Souls is great. Oh, Cola's back.
I'm back, baby. Hey, well, how come you're up so late, man? This is super late for you. Bill? Bill, where'd you go?
I'm here, but my headset died.
Oh, shit. It's more accessible. I feel the older Souls game were very much get good attitude. It's more forgiving.
Are you stuffing your mouth again?
Always.
What is it this time?
It's a soda bread, Irish soda bread.
Wait, what is soda bread? Is it just like sourdough bread?
I don't know, actually. It's a specific kind of Irish bread that they make. It's hard. It's a
thought the
hearty
lady was
bread.
Italian.
Well, listen, she appreciates all cultures. It's more accessible. I feel the older Souls games were very much get good attitude. This is more forgiving in being able to piece out and work on something else, then come back to a boss. That's what I did. Dude, yeah, Mazentius, I traversed so much of the in-game world before I went back and slapped the shit out of Godric. And the other guy. Migret, whatever his name is. Margaret is what I call him. Awesome boss design, though. Oh my god.
Well, yeah, there are so many Berserk references and inspired elements by that. These guys should make their next game should be a Berserk game.
Guts, the game. Who's the head dude who's the Asian dude that's like, he shows up in all the memes where they're writing about Elder Scrolls? Is he the creator? Is there like a mastermind?
Yeah.
Get Off My Lawn Film says, who else here? Anybody else in the YouTube chat?
I'm in the YouTube chat. I'm always only in the YouTube chat, but
There you
excluding
go.
the times I have to renew my Twitch Prime. Speaking of Twitch Prime,
Caspus
did
there.
you guys know
Yeah.
that if you have Amazon Prime, you do have a free Twitch sub that you can give to Cola? Yeah, Miyazaki's a great game dev. He loves Berserk.
Miyazaki, the Studio Ghibli guy?
No, that's a different Miyazaki.
How awesome would that be, though? If it were the same guy.
He'd be one hell of a genius. He'd be on fucking Oda level.
Right? It's like, yeah, I'll give you Totoro, but also I'll give you this fucking demon that's made of hands. It's gonna fucking rock your shit. And give you nightmares. Dude, some of the regular, just like free roam spawn enemies are fucking haunting, man.
Yeah.
They're like these dark dogs that show up. Actually, any dog in the game. Some are way more freakish than others. Now they got these birds, these like giant murder birds that look like something out of like a Tim Burton Nightmare on Acid. Rows of teeth. Like the bird's like the size of a Volkswagen. And flies, barely flies, it's got teeth. Like a sheer carnivore. It's a hellscape. Soda bread is made with sodium bicarbonate instead of traditional yeast. Thank you, Pink. It would be even more amazing if he was related. Those backroom short movies gave me nightmares. I already hated birds. Now I really hate birds. Have you seen Edison? Have you been to that area of Elden Ring? Check out this clip. How dare you send me to Twitter? Should I show everybody this clip? You guys all want to see?
I think I've seen it. We discussed it earlier of this guy who is a literal god of the mechanics. Yeah, it's that one.
Damn! Wow! Holy shit! Not even breaking a fucking sweat! Oh my god. This is fucking awesome. Holy shit. Wow! Yo! What the fuck? Dude, is this a fucking anime I'm watching? Yo! Take a bite out of this motherfucker. Hold on. Yo, I'm watching this again. This is so sick. Look at this, dude. He's just fucking...
Just chomped him.
Dude, he's in the nocturnal area too. This area is no joke. Look at that. Go fuck yourself. Slap. It's a walk away from me, dude. Dude, the slow dodge from behind.
They're just flexing.
Dude. My goodness. Dude, I could watch clips like this all day.
I know, right? And he's using 2 swords.
Yeah, no shield for this guy. He's like, what the fuck is a shield? Oh, you mean that thing that bitches carry around? Weak. So good. I'm not that good. I'm not even that close. Dude. If you'd have watched me doing that in that clip, it'd be a nightmare. I'm running around, I'm screaming, I'm trying to take cover behind things that aren't there. rolling, 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 rolling. Throwing magic, running away, screaming. Obscenities. Mm-hmm. Running away, screaming with a mouthful of bread. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, trying to time a parry like that perfectly 4 times, right? It's so hard to parry like that because you have to get it like down to the fucking like nanosecond. Like, don't get me wrong, this Elden Ring is the most accessible From Software game, but just because it's the most accessible doesn't mean it's easy.
It's still a From Software game.
Yeah, no, I can't do that shit. I guess if you had enough practice you could, but I can't. Mazentius, what level are you at? What level are you at, baby? Alright. Back to drawing. A parry, dagger, or target shield? Listen, I don't parry, dude. I hide in the back and I fire magic missiles at the target. Mazentius, you playing on PC, or are you one of those Are you one of those lucky
Yeah,
no pleasant, dude. King of the consoles. Did you score yourself a PS5? Man, yeah, no, good luck trying to find a PS5. still. No easy feat. No, I'm on PS4. Damn, that's one qualm I do have with the game. It's not with the game itself. It's that it's not cross-platform, man. So many of my friends are playing on PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5.
Yeah.
And I would love to play with them. Like John Moore, for example. I would love to play with that dude. He bought me the damn game. So generous and sweet. And he's probably really good at the game. Frankly, I could use the help. Or even, yeah, man. Even, you know, other folks that don't have it on console. A bummer. Parry is something that we learn by dying for 10 to 40 hours. Parrying? Try playing Bloodborne where parrying is essential. Nah, I'll stick with standard blocking or dodging. The time on parrying is too tight. How does it run on PS4? Does it have problems like Cyberpunk? It runs respectably on PS4.
Yeah, and then crossplay isn't something that cannot be done because Final Fantasy XIV is an MMO and it has crossplay.
Wow, dude, they baked into Final Fantasy XIV. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, the PS4 crowd are holding the game down when it comes to code and graphical updates and yada yada yada, but we can still play with them.
good to know. Thanks. It feels good because it's tight.
That's what he said.
But maybe, like, Mazentius' point is that you don't have to learn how to parry in order to play this game. No.
Yeah, you can always just roll around on the floor.
You can roll around the floor like I do and dodge and run away and just block stuff outright.
And play from range.
Play from range. And I think that's where the accessibility comes in to play. So like I said, you'll still get your ass kicked, you know? Whether you're dodging or playing at range. They'll still fuck you up if you don't know what you're doing, if you don't pay attention. But there, you know, there's more than one way to skin a cat, as the saying goes. You don't even need to block, you literally run. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I do. Although some enemies, man, because, again, this is from software, so some of those fuckers, they will just show up and start kicking the crap out of you. And you try to run, and they're just like, "Oh, you running from me, bitch? I don't think so." And they will like teleport like right up to your face. Which has absolutely happened to me before. I'm like, oh, you know, I'll just skedaddle. I'll just kind of like keep some distance between myself and this individual, only to have that guy like, just like, "You trying to run from me, bitch? There is no escape." Some people do no dodge, no run, speed runs. I'm at level 75. Damn, Mazentius. What area are you in?
Not the first one, I'll tell you that for sure.
Yeah, Mazentius. I like I said, last night with the help of my friend Earthbound. With the help of my friend Earthbound, he helped me beat the academy area boss. The lakeside boss. I'm trying to be vague here because I don't want to spoil anything anyway. But you know, the second unlocked section. I honestly don't like today's boss. Like beating Godric today, I don't think I needed to summon in players for help. In hindsight, I think I was a little scared to do it by myself. With that said, though, I honestly don't think I would have been able to beat the Academy boss by myself. That was fucking tough. I don't know what luck you guys have had with that particular boss, but that one had me on my toes.
One of the best things a friend of mine who's like a big fan of these games loves about these games and Elden Ring in specific is the flavored text for a lot of the items.
They like the customizability of it all.
I don't know, a flavored text is like
The flavor
a
text.
little bit of lore on your item. Let's say
Yes.
it says, for example, you pick up Guts' sword and it says it's too big to be a sword. It's like just a massive hunk of iron. You know, the typical description of Guts' sword. That kind of shit.
Oh, is that literally what it says?
I don't know if that's what it says on the sword. I'm just giving an example.
I'm
Of
actually
what
curious about
flavor
what the
text
sword
is.
says,
Let me check.
because you could probably find it, because they do have descriptions on it when you have that in your inventory and go to look at it closer. Look at it, says Banzi. Sure, I'll pull up his. Boo. I'll pull up this YouTube. Man, the commercials. YouTube does not joke around with the ads. SL1. Nameless King, no rolling, blocking, or parrying. Phew. Hey, Luna Sparrows, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Luna, for the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome, 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 or welcome back, Luna. The Sparrow's Nest is raiding. Hello, hello, Timo. Hello, Luna. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Save the women and children first.
Never. This isn't the Titanic. It's a free for all.
Oh,
That's right. We were just talking about Elden Ring. We were just talking about have you guys played the game? We were talking about those nightmarish birds in what's the name of that area called? The death area. What? I want to say celiac disease, but that's not it.
I don't know. I do know the birds. I don't know the area.
Celia? New Jersey.
Oh boy, Jersey.
Yes, the Burbs. Luna Sparrows, how are you? How was your stream? What kind of shenanigans did you get into? No, those Burbs are nightmare. Things of nightmares.
They're fine.
How have you been? Maddie Cakes, how have you been progressing in the series thus far?
Slowly. I haven't been able to dedicate a lot of time to it, and trying my best not to go full wizard.
Oh,
I'm
I'm
not
100%.
cheating.
I'm Mr. Full Wizard.
I'm not cheating, or trying not to. So it's taking me some time because the problem is I get on it like late at night.
Yes.
And then it's like, you die fucking 5-10 times, and it's like, fuck this game. I got anything else I could go do right now besides torture myself. But I am really enjoying it. I'm a level, I think, 38.
And this is the new character or the old character?
I haven't touched the new one.
Dude, I hit level 90 just the other day.
Well, then I'll just use my current character. Jesus, you've been playing it nonstop, huh?
Not really. What I did was I went to a horse road to an area that I shouldn't have been at for many hours of gameplay. And then like that episode of South Park that Bale mentioned, where they're trying to beat a guy in World of Warcraft MMO. So they farm for days and weeks. They just farm boars or whatever. I got like 10 XP at a time in the middle of nowhere just to gain XP enough to level up. That's essentially what I did.
So then was like most of the area map easy for you or easy-ish?
Well, here's the thing. Again, this is a From Software game. So in the first area, I pimp slapped the tree sentinel. Like the tree sentinel knight dude. I slapped the taste out of his mouth. And then today I fought Godric, and also I just blasted his ass to the moon.
See, I fought Godric, but it took me some time.
Yeah, but Earthbound and we went to Celia, and we went into a tunnel to fight some crystalline people, and there was 3 of them. And you know what? I died and dropped 40 grand in that tunnel, and somewhere out there, the 40 grand is still in the tunnel, because there's no going back, because there's no hope for us winning. Because we were absolutely decimated.
Well, after that, if you die that second time, it's gone forever anyway.
Exactly. It's gone, so. Never seen that money again. So yeah, so like just because I'm level 90. The other analogy I made is I'm level 90, but I'm level 90, but I'm still running around with level, early level gear, early level spells, early level armor, early level weapons. So I said, like, imagine He-Man, but he's fighting you with a toothpick or a chopstick. I don't have.
You just not bought new weapons, or?
Well, a lot of that stuff is locked behind. A lot of the good stuff is locked behind either areas of the map that I can't get to, or it's locked behind boss defeats that I haven't beaten.
Oh, okay.
So, like, even though I'm level 90, my gear isn't there yet, because it just can't be. Because a lot of that stuff is like late level stuff. So I'm slowly but surely gonna work my way up to getting that cool stuff.
So you're like Schwarzenegger using like a kendo stick as a weapon.
Yes. So like, I mean, yeah. That's about as good as an analogy as we're gonna get. All you gotta do is follow the light. Farm, nap, level 100. I was working. Yes, the burps. I was working on a erythral of the Boreal Valley painting from DS3. Wow, look at you. I'm not playing what my husband has. He's a huge Souls fan. What do you think of Elden Ring? Is he digging it? Also, what were you did I ask what were you drawing today? Or were you working on? What were you up to on your stream, Luna? Yeah. So Earthbound has been very helpful. He's digging it for sure. Love it. Love to hear it. Maybe I'll be, if I'm lucky, maybe I'll play with him. If I'm lucky, maybe I'll play with him later on.
I can't believe he beat it.
Well, dude, he's like 100. He's like level 140 or something like that. But like, actually, like he got that the good old-fashioned way by actually playing the game legit, rather than just
when it first
grinding.
came out, he played it for like 12 hours straight. He's all in.
Yeah, and he played it early enough that. So like now, I'm looking at like walkthroughs. I'm looking at various guides. I'm really taking it in. Like I'm really like.
Yeah, no. When he played it, it was like people like him were making those guides.
Yes, exactly. That's well said. I'm relying on the people like Earthbound, who grinded the crap out of this game and did the hard work of checking every nook and cranny of the map, which is enormous, by the way. Like,
yeah, it's gigantic.
Like looking, no stone unturned. Checking out all the various gears, seeing what like multiplier stack, what doesn't, seeing what are the best builds, seeing what are the best. Even the person who I followed was like, hey, listen, if you're looking to grind XP, go here, right? I didn't find that on my own. I saw there was a YouTube comment that was like, oh, you know what? I found a quick way to level up by going to this area early on in the game. And I thought, you know what? I could definitely do that, and I did, and it worked. And now I'm level 90. But also have shit gear. So I'm probably gonna find another strategy thing online for like best mage builds and follow that until I get a decent enough wand that I could do some damage without having to scream and flee at every boss.
I'm playing it right now and it's doing a lot of that stutter shit, which is frustrating.
Now, you modded the game, right?
No.
Oh, I thought you modded.
No, we mod is just a trainer. It runs on top of it, basically.
Oh.
There's no actual modding that's done.
Now, so does that affect your save file for the game? Like
No, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't play them with cheats on, you know, that'll fuck you up, but like online.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It says if you use the same character, that's why I created a secondary. See, this game is just chugging though. You might want to use a different character. I'm a level 43.
Can they?
But I don't know.
Can they bang you if they catch you?
I could probably ban that character. I mean, it's not a. I mean, there is invasions. That's why I played
Right.
offline mode though. So
Oh,
like
I
my
did it.
character's never. This character's never registering online.
Dude, I played. I was invaded. Dude, I was in Godric's area, and I'm about to fight this guy, and then as I'm like making my way up to fight this dude, I was invaded. Now, luckily, I was already with another character who wasn't Earthbound. I just summoned a random dude in to help me with these guys. So I summoned a random dude, and he's just helped me out. He's helped me fight these guys, and then all of a sudden, if you open your lobby up for multiplayer help, you also open your lobby up for multiplayer hurt.
Oof.
So yeah, so if you're like, man, I think I need help with this, let me summon a multiplayer in here to get some help, get some backup. And then the game, in a very From Software manner, is like, yeah, we'll send you a helping hand. Here's another player, and here's another player who's gonna want to kill you in the middle of this game. So we're tanking
I will
like
say,
hordes.
the idea of opening up the realms and then accidentally getting something nasty is kind of a cool twist.
No, listen, it is. It's awesome, but I will say, when you're making your way to fight a big boss, and you see that your realm is being invaded, which invaded means that another player is PvP time.
Somebody's in there to fuck you up.
Right. But when you but here's the thing about that. The person clearly waits for the most, we'll call it inopportune time. So we're talking like we are slowly killing and grinding our way up this, like, we're going uphill. There's plenty of like armaments and ballistic dudes and weapon, and so it's mayhem. It's mayhem. We're being fired at. We're dodging. We're weaving. We're hurling range attacks. The other person I summoned is helping, and he's trying to take like the blunt of the damage. And that right at that very moment, when I'm not quite up to, I haven't reached the like grace, the next grace. So you're like a few minutes into a hell of a battle, and you're not at that grace yet. So you don't have a saving point. And if you die, you're gonna have to go all the way back, lose all your progress. And it's at this very moment that you're being invaded. And then you just see, and this person showed up, and then they started getting the aggro from the other people as well, and started aggroing other NPCs that we weren't even up to yet. So there's the battle that we're fighting, and then off on the further end of the map is the battle that new player is fighting to get to us. And then he just ran past them, again, aggroing an entire couple of mobs worth on top of the ones that we were already fighting, and then ran towards us and started fighting us. So he's trying to fight us while we're getting shot at, and we're trying to deal with him because these other players are high level, because the game kind of locks you into your level. So if you're 90, they're going to send somebody who's also level 90 to you. You're not going to get like a level 30 that you could just kick their ass. No, you're gonna get somebody who's your level who could beat the shit out of you. So that guy just shows up and just starts like wailing magic at us. So wild. Hey, what's up, Sweaty? Anyway.
Wailing Magic is a cool band name.
Yeah, whale that magic.
Oh yeah.
So I was having fun because eventually what I did was I'm like, you know what? Oh, here's the other. Oh, you know what saved? Here's the twist that saved us. Here's the twist that saved us. So we're in the middle of a firefight. This invader shows up, makes it worse, makes it way worse for us. And in the middle of this heat, a third PvPer shows up. I don't know if you know that. I don't know that this can happen, but if you have your summoning thing open that people can invade, the game, fucking Elden Scrolls is so funny because, like I said, the game giveth and the game taketh away. So the game giveth you some multiplayer help, courtesy of the game. The game also sends invaders to ruin your day when you're trying to accomplish shit.
Yeah.
The game also, if you have this equipped, sends you, I don't know what to call them, saints, do-gooders. They are the anti-invader multiplayer characters. So you and I could queue up to do this. And the job is there are people out there, bad players, naughty players, who want to specifically fuck up somebody who's trying to play the game, right? They're going to invade.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to do. On your way to the boss, they're going to try to fuck you up like a mini boss, where there shouldn't be a mini boss. So knowing this, there are good players. They're good players, saintly players, players who take it upon themselves to be the anti-invaders. So what ends up happening is you're doing the game. You're questing. We're questing. And then a fucking dirty thug shows up and is like, "You ain't questing anymore, bitch. You got to deal with me." And then, at that moment, a hunter shows up, is what they're called. So the invader shows up, and then an invader hunter shows up, which is another PvP player, and they show up. And he's like, it's like, "Go about your day. I've got this. I've got this filth."
It's very anime.
It is, dude. Like, it's so crazy because all that transpired in like this 2 or 3 minute long bout. And it literally started. This is the first time I did this because I've only been playing with Earthbound, so I never opened up the multiplayer. I've always had it locked with a special password so nobody could enter, only Earthbound. And then today I'm like, I think I need some help here, man, because this castle is enormous and I don't know where the fuck I'm going. So I'm like, okay, so I'm like, summoning spell, activate, a whooshy 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 woo, and it's like, summon so-and-so, and I'm like, sure, welcome, new friend. And then, let's go! And then it was kind of cute. It was like, me and a stranger, run. Pew, magic, sword, magic, dodge, magic, shield, sword, you know? Just like a couple of buddies, like a couple of chums. And then, like I said, invader shows up, and we're like, fuck. And then it's like, Hunter shows up. I was like, Hunter? And Hunter's like, starts fucking up the invader. So then it allowed me and the other dude to the other dude hung back and wanted to kick his ass, which is fine. But they were fighting NPCs, they were fighting each other, and what it allowed me to do, there was so much action happening. I was walking past the NPCs, practically like slapping them on the butt cheeks as I walked behind them. Like, they were so focused on the barrage of action that was happening in front of them, they completely ignored me. And this is like the most I've ever been ignored in the game by an NPC. I wasn't sneaking, I was casually running, like I was just like walking around, checking them out. Like, it was wild.
I feel like, you know those movies where it's inside the game?
Yeah.
Where all the NPCs like, holy shit, who's this? And they all just attack him, and you're just like, yeah, I'm gonna go do stuff.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Bye. So I was able to walk behind all of them. And yeah, I got to a grace, easy peasy. And then they all left, which is really funny. They all left. They all disconnected after the beatdown.
Our job here is done.
I mean, that's kind of what it was, is good luck, soldier. And then I just ran to the boss, and then I ran to the boss, and then I summoned a couple of new guys. And then to beat the boss, which you could do. It makes it a lot easier. But I realized that, and I said this earlier on stream, it was me and 2 multiplayer characters, who I don't know, 2 strangers, fighting Godric. And they too ran up on him with swords and shields. And they were just like, "Gah, gah, gah, get him, meow, 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 meow." And I hung back and I just wailed my heaviest spells at him. And I was watching his health bar when they were attacking him, and it was going down. It was, you know, a little bit blip, 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 blip. It was slowly going down. He was fighting. They were like parrying and all that. But then every time I slammed him with one of my spells, kaboom! It took a fat fucking chunk out of his fucking life. And I was like, holy shit, dude! I'm hitting him for like 400 or 500 a brick, and I'm tossing 3 bricks at him, the meteorite staff. So I'm just like kapow, 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 and every time it's just like. It's like chomp, chomp. His health is just fucking dipping. And then at that point I realized, I'm like, holy shit, I didn't need you fucking 2 bozos. I could have done this by myself.
It's always been in here, Michael.
Yeah, I could have handled this by myself.
So you feel more confident going into the game alone now?
No, absolutely not, because because no, that guy's still.
There's still other bosses.
Yeah, no, just because I'm overpowered for the one boss, because I'm like 70 levels higher than you're supposed to be. Last night with Earthbound really put me in my place. I got this. That's right, Luna, we got to get you in there.
I just got hit with a magical something. I don't even have any idea where it came from.
Is that Beyonce?
We call her Bay around here.
Is that Bay? Yes. You should make a Beyonce character in Elden Ring. I've seen people have done they've made Samuel L. Jackson, they've made Kratos. You can make just about any old character in Elden Ring.
Oh, they made a Joker one. I think it'd be kind of cool looking running around this map.
Which Joker though? Joaquin Phoenix, Heath Ledger. Ah, nice. Well, as long as it wasn't Jared Leto Joker.
No. The problem with Joaquin Phoenix is his like wardrobe is like a 1970s leather suit. Like it's not.
Yes, it is. It's so fucking 70s.
He doesn't have a great wardrobe. He's just got like very little money suits.
Yeah, fucking like fat lapels, tan.
Yeah, like the reason he didn't get jobs is because he wore those fucking things to the interviews. Yeah, that was Cesar Romero. That would be a cool skin.
Yeah,
if you've ever seen the old school Batman movie in HD, you'll notice that he didn't shave his mustache for the Joker.
It's just white caked in paint.
Yep, under his white paint. It's terrible.
Awful.
Must have been uncomfortable too.
Yeah, just have a white painted mustache on your face.
Like, and then you gotta go clean that thing out before you go to the clubs. Like, you know, because he was handing out stash rides left and right. That would hurt too. I would not want paint on my mustache.
Yeah, right? Because then, they had to take that off.
Yeah, every day.
Ugh, just fucking, man, a guy must love his, man, that's a man who loves his mustache.
Tells me in the 70s, they didn't have like skin safe paint thinner either. Like they were just putting denatured alcohol on his face.
Be the Joker, okay, fine, but I refuse to save the mustache. I mean, that's exactly what it was. It's like, this is the 70s. I'm not shaving my mustache.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not. That's what I'm known for. You're not taking this from me.
Dude,
just to play this stupid comic book character.
Dude, you know, I of all the decades in the 20th century, I dislike the 70s far and away the most, with like a passion. The only thing I like.
Did you hate the hippies?
Well, hippies are more 60s, right? 60s, right? Free love
They're
and all
60s,
that.
But you got to remember the hippies were the ones that got older, and you know, throughout the 70s and 80s did real damage.
Right.
Well, them and that whole generation.
Right, but that's what. Right. Yeah, that's how you get your Charles Mansons in the 70s. They start in the 60s.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So again, another
Should
reason.
Have been a musician instead, you know.
Another reason to fucking hate the 70s. But no, dude.
Also, TVs weren't very great. I know it was new technology.
Dude, dude, you'll get a guy in a Joker-looking suede suit, lapel having, bell-bottom wearing, platform shoes, mutton chops, bangs, feathered bangs, with like a beard. Yeah, polyester suit. Like, dude, everything about that, the paisley stuff, everything is orange and tan.
Ugh.
And just like everything is ugly. Like the homes were ugly, the designs were ugly, the clothing just hideous, man. Guys wearing, like I said, guys who show up in a like really hairdos that nobody's worn since.
Yeah, they lived and died in the 70s.
Right? Yeah, nobody's worn those hairdos again.
Also, the mustaches
And the
were like a whole different
fat
level.
handlebar mustaches.
Yeah. The type of mustache that if you smoked, never not stank.
Yeah, no, dude. Like, you could have a guy show up to your house with wispy bangs, a handlebar mustache, a polyester suit, or wearing a denim shirt tucked in with a brown belt, denim flared bell-bottom jeans, and that's a guy that just would walk around. That's like, and everybody would be like, man, that guy's swinging. I guess is what they fuck. I don't know.
Well, back
Man,
in
that
the
guy's
70s,
groovy.
it wasn't about what you were wearing. It's like, man, that guy's employed.
Yeah. Everything about it's disgusting. Minus the music, you know, like.
Yeah, some really great music. did
Yeah,
come out
no,
of the
some
70s.
excellent music. Yeah, give me Bowie in the 70s. But, like, aside from the music, just about every other goddamn thing I cannot stand. Smoking a Jane, grooving down the street, jamming out. Yeah, no thank you. I'll even take the 80s over that any day, dude.
I don't know. I would probably go. See, that's a hard one though, because it depends on what realm you're talking. Like, I feel like the 60s, 70s were better places to just be like a person. But then you got the 80s and like all of the technological advancements and cool shit that came out. Like, the nerd in me would have been, for the 80s, would have been like, holy shit, what's this computer system thing they're talking about? And
Right.
so I don't know. It's hard. The 70s, it depends, because the music scene, like, if you were in the music scene,
Sure.
you probably had a really good 70s, except for 78, 79 when it all crumbled. But, you know.
60s to 90s were magical. After that, I will say about this, about that, the 70s and the 90s and the 60s. Those decades were so distinct. When I'm like, imagine, like, when I picture like 1995, you might picture, who knows, man, maybe it's boy bands, maybe it's Nirvana, whatever it might be, whatever the 90s makes you think of. When I tell you the 80s, you might be thinking of, who knows, Wham, George Michael.
I always just think of the different serial killers.
Sure, you might be maybe serial killers, but maybe it's classic movies like any of Spielberg's hits. Maybe it's Back to the
E.T..
Future. You know, the 70s, like I said.
I can go Back to the Future.
At the very least, you can remember. At the very least, you know the 70s from mind. The 60s too, right? The era of free love and peace.
Well, the
Even
problem,
the
with
fucking
those two
50s,
decades-
dude. Even the
Yeah, but the
50s.
60s, 70s is hurt by Nam because it infected both.
Right to Wham. That says something.
Well, I guess it would be nice.
Super Nintendo, grunge rock, Super Cinema. Yeah, man. Dude, see, when I think 50s, I think Mad Men. You know,
Don't forget the Nintendo glove.
Power Glove. You mean? How dare you?
I call it Nintendo glove. Thank you. I
How
flopped it.
dare you?
I wasn't rich enough to have one,
No, me neither.
but as you hear the reviews, and you're like, thank God we didn't get one of those. The whole time you're jealous, though.
Yeah.
In your head, you're like, I would have rather had a terrible Power Glove than not have one.
Power Glove. 80s.
Ooh, 80s hair bands.
Yeah.
Like what bands though? Because like I'd go along with like Crew.
What, Twisted Sister? Dee Snider?
I'm a Dee Snider fan.
Yeah, let's not get down with some Twisted Sister.
Hey, have you ever watched a documentary on them? They actually started way badass too. They were like a badass band doing like Queen covers and shit.
Ah, Dee Snider's dope.
Guns N' Roses. I'll go along with them for the first 2 albums, I think.
Mhm.
Spaghetti Incidents is okay, but it's just covers. I'm not a big fan of REM or The Cure.
I'll take some Cure.
There's a couple tracks I like. Slayer, thank you, yes. Slayer did start in the 80s. Many people don't realize that. Kiss was 70s.
Metallica started in the 80s.
They did.
Early Metallica.
80s.
Yeah, man.
Run DMC. I guess you could say Aerosmith, but I don't know. Like, I like Aerosmith, but who doesn't like Aerosmith? I did meet Dee Snider in a Costco on my birthday.
Where at?
Chicago, Illinois.
Huh.
I was my mom.
From there?
We had to go. No, he was touring because he had a book.
Oh shit.
And it was my birthday. We had to go pick up my cake from the old Costco bakery. So I still have the signed copy of it on the bookshelf over there.
Awesome.
He said happy birthday in it. That way I can't resell it to anybody.
Oh, that's good. That's smart.
Unless somebody was born on my birthday with my name. Here's the thing. He is not short, but I am 6'4". So to me, he was shorter than me. He's about 6'1".
That's about my height. That's pretty good.
But as a kid, I was always like, man, Dee Snider's tall as fuck. And then I met him being my height, and I was like, okay, he's still tall. Like, he's my, he's
yeah,
a couple
but
inches short.
was he? Listen, dude, you put Dee Snider in like some 6-inch platform heels.
Yeah,
that
all
dude's
dialed up with the fucking makeup and
yeah,
shit.
dude, with the
he's
makeup
like
and the
7
teased
feet tall
hair
at
and
that
shit.
point.
Yeah, then he's pushing fucking 6'6", 6'7".
Yeah, he seems like a giant. A lot of those lead singers did that because some of them were shorter too.
Yeah.
Like Dee Snider at 6'1" by no means is short.
No, but yeah, you toss him in the platform
Pantera, hell
shoes
yeah.
though, man. You put him in those stripper shoes.
Well, look at Gene Simmons. Gene Simmons is like 6'1", 6'2", and then he wears those platforms and becomes the demon. Pantera was early 80s, late 70s. They started as more of a hair metal band. Then I think Rex Brown came in. Yeah, there's some old school publicity shots of Pantera all in the glam leotards and shit.
Wow.
Fun fact on the In Nothing We Trust, which is my other podcast, this week's episode we're reviewing Pantera's Vulgar Display of Power. It's kind of anniversary this year.
Here we go, guys. Go give Maddie Cakes a follow.
We're only on Spotify right now. I'm gonna move everything to YouTube as well. I just haven't yet. You never know with them banning, and we're talking about politics and shit, so it's hard to judge.
Ooh, yeah, man. Easy to get shadow banned off everything these days, as you know.
Well, see, that's the thing is we don't even go hard, but you never know what opinion's gonna strike who where.
Exactly. Unfortunately, these are the times we live in. You could say no more words.
And I consider myself still a centrist, but the problem is like in this climate, you're really not allowed to be.
No, this centrist nowadays is you might as well be a fucking Tucker Carlson simp, according to certain people.
If he's a centrist, that each side, like if you're either a Biden zombie or you're a Republican simp, and I can't identify as Republican because I'm pro-choice and anti. We're not anti, but I'm not really for religion. I wouldn't go as far as saying anti. I don't want to let myself in with those guys, but
Ditto. Yeah.
I don't practice or care about any of that sort of shit. I guess.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty fucking pro separation of church and state as much as humanly possible.
And I think if you're an American and you aren't, then anything we say about anything that goes on the Middle East is hypocritical.
Vulgar
because for a long time, it's a great album. I also, if you're familiar with the song "Revolution Is My Name,"
I don't know.
I still find that to be one of the finest Pantera songs. Not on Vulgar Display of Power. It's one of the later albums. It's crazy saying one of the later albums, and I was in high school, junior year, when Dimebag was murdered.
That dude was just shot by a random dude, right?
Yeah, he came up on stage, and I think it was like 5 rounds into Dime, and then the cop came up and took that guy out with a shotgun to the head. I've seen Van Halen live. My wife and I saw them like 5 or 6 years ago. Whatever, it went on long, maybe 8. Back when Lee Roth was touring with them, and he was terrible. The band was good though.
I think the Dimebag Daryl shooting is caught on tape. I think you can watch it.
Yeah, I know you can't. So I've watched the tape a lot, at least what they've released, and it's like off to the left is when it goes down. You don't really, I mean, unless new shit's come out, I haven't seen anything that shows it point blank. No pun intended. Okay, yeah, Vinny from the backside, that's right. But I don't think there's anything that actually shows Dime getting hit, is there?
I don't know. I guess not. Or if there is, they haven't released
that was one of those. I remember people had like photos of him on their locker and shit. Which, I'm a big fan. I don't know how I feel about that sort of stuff. Pantera's in the regular mix. On my Spotify, I have like 3 of their entire albums on my playlist alone.
Oh wow. You're
I'm
legit.
terrible with playlists, dude. I just add fucking new songs that I dig into the same playlist. That's like 500 songs or something. So that way, instead of scrolling through albums, I scroll through the playlist and I get the best of the best of the best, sir.
There you go.
We've been watching Rescue Me, and boy does that show just get more and more fucked up.
Yikes. Well, how long did that show run for?
04 to 2011. So 7 years. We're in season 4 now.
Is it weird looking back at the amount that's changed since that time? Just culturally and everything else.
I mean, it is, because in 04, they've all got flip phones.
Yep.
It was right before the peak of the iPhone.
Yep. iPhone debuts 2007. Fall, I believe.
But the crazy thing is, like, you watch it, and yes, everything's a little different, but considering how much the technology and shit changed, most things are the same. Like, most human behaviors, most kind of, like, the city itself, like, it all still has its own character that I don't think changes a whole lot. But there, you know, that's the problem with watching older shows, though, is because literally there's moments in a lot of shows where, like, well, if you had a cell phone, this wouldn't even be in an episode. This wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah. Does that happen a lot when you're watching the show?
Not Rescue Me, but there's like older shows, like 90s shows, where it's like this entire episode would be negated by the technology of a cell phone.
Right. Somebody's like looking for a payphone or something like that, or trying to get a hold of somebody that they can't.
You can't call anybody. Oh, the house is on fire. What am I? It's like
Right.
cell phone.
Yeah.
I mean, even, you know, there's like episodes where people lose things, and it's just weird. I don't know. The way the thought processes were before we had phones glued to our faces are kind of different than now.
Mostly how people talk to each other. It's how people talk to each other that has changed.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree. There's episodes where, like, people in the show, it's just a minor conflict, but because they had less going on day to day, it was like a big thing. It's a weird, like, nowadays everybody's so busy. It's like, I don't really have time to get in this mini skirmish. We've got other things to argue about.
Yeah, we've got a plague to deal with. Bernard has Batman story that's unpublished, and it has a phone booth. Wow, phone booths. Phone booths don't really exist anymore.
No, they're basically like, if you see one, it's like, ooh, a phone booth.
Yeah.
You know, people used to make calls in these things.
And then here in New York City, if you see something that we don't have phone booths per se, but like we have these little like phone vestibules, like these little phone like conclave areas, but you don't go in those because one, the phones don't work anymore, and two, homeless people just piss in there.
Yeah,
I used to piss in there in the early aughts when I was in my boozing days. I would just go to one of those things and just fucking pretend like I was gonna call somebody and just fucking pee in there like a fucking bum.
Just for funsies?
Nah, I'd just be drunk all half off my ass, and I wanted to mitigate just mitigate me, because I had gotten ticketed before for pissing in a public park after dark, so I didn't want any more of those tickets.
You don't want to get those pissing tickets.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like, I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen the Schwarzenegger movie Commando.
Sure. Legendary.
There's this scene when he tracks the one guy to the mall, and the bad guy notices him, and he starts rifling through the girl's pockets saying, "Give me a quarter," and then he quickly runs to the phone booths. Cell phone, Matrix would have been dead. I mean, hell, if they had cell phones, they could have given him one and tracked the thing the entire time.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of entire movies and TV episodes from back in the day make no sense with cell phones.
Don't piss in Kentucky. Wow, what happens in Kentucky?
Oh, you go to jail or something for pissing in Kentucky? Hey, maybe they don't like piss-sucked roads. Maybe they like flowers and such.
Don't you piss in Kentucky?
I feel like that's the type of warning somebody gets right before they make the biggest mistake of their life, which would be pissing in Kentucky.
Heard you were thinking about pissing in Kentucky, boy. Think twice. Dry County cops love that Jeebus. Wait, oh fuck, dude, I forgot about dry counties, man. Completely forgot about dry counties. Hey Matt, are there any dry counties by you?
In Illinois? I don't know, to be honest with you. I mean, I've always lived in the city.
Yeah.
Jen, is there any dry counties in Illinois? No, right? I think there's some in Indiana.
There used to be a lot. I don't know if it's still in effect, but Sundays in Indiana you couldn't buy alcohol.
Used to be Sundays in Indiana you couldn't buy alcohol.
In New York City, last I checked, that was still a law. Not until 11 a.m. on Sunday because of, well, Jesus.
Yeah, you know that Jesus really cares. You know, wait, what did he do? Water to wine? Yeah, right. Okay.
Fuck Kentucky.
Thanks,
They
Jesus.
keep reelecting that cunt Moscow Mitch. Oh, right. I forgot that's his state. The old turtle. Him and his commie spy wife. Whoa, so much hostility towards Kentucky. Fuck 'em. I was in St. Louis for a bit. Once had to drive 2 friends to Kentucky for a court date. We hackeyed across 4 states that day. That was a good day. They bitch about taxes and then take more handouts from the federal government.
Yeah, I guess I don't know much about Kentucky. Now that I think about it.
I've never been. I don't know shit. Yeah, no,
Me
I'm with
either.
you, Matt. No idea.
I had no idea that you couldn't piss on the streets, and they are hypocrites in their taxation and federal withdrawal policies. I mean, you know, like, here's the thing, like, and I'm probably you sure feel a lot the same way. As fucked up as, like, Chicago can get, and I'm, you know, the easy thing about Chicago is it's just like, oh, man, with all the violence, huh? And yeah, I guess that's true, but it's like, I don't know where the fuck else I'd live. Like, I can move to Indiana, but depending on where you're at, you're still in the same boat.
You know,
I like the Midwest.
I've thought about this. Being from New York City my entire life. If I had to move, it'd be somewhere with a more temperate climate. So if I were moving, it'd be probably, honestly, man, North Carolina, thereabouts.
You know, I've been hearing a lot about the Carolinas, north and south. Like, a lot of people from New York City are moving to South Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
I guess it depends on what the financial situation is.
I think the taxes are easier in North Carolina. I think you get less sale tax. I forget one of the fucking taxes, man. I don't know if it's.
I mean, Texas is the safe haven for state. One of
I
them.
used to live in Blue Ridge, North Carolina. It was beautiful. So like, more temperate weather. Dude, I tell you, well, this winter in New York City wasn't the worst, but it's not great, man. And then I'm like, as I get older, I'm not an old man, but one day I will be. If I'm lucky, I'll be an old man. And I don't want to fucking have to deal with this shit, dude. Where it's 10 degrees or lower outside, and you're just like, oh, maybe I'd like to go for a walk today. Oh, I can't, because it'll literally, I'll start taking environmental damage if I stay outside for too long.
Well, like, so for me, I've lived in the Midwest my entire life. I'm going to be 33 in May. And my parents treated us as workhorses, which means I've been shoveling for 27, 28 years.
Right? Dude, that's a sentence.
And I'm kind of done with it. Like, don't get me wrong, I love cooler temperatures and shit. And if I could find somewhere that was like 65, 70 year round,
yeah.
I don't want to go to Florida because it rains every fucking day.
No, fuck that.
Like I don't want that much rain, and then it's like Texas can be that, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I don't know where I'd go. There is a place in Illinois, Utica, that I would move.
Fuck California, dude. That whole state's a shithole, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to California.
Don't go to fucking California. That place is a fucking dump.
There are parts of California that are beautiful. The problem
True.
is you know, you have San Francisco and LA that rule the state.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, Northern Cali is quite beautiful. I have a friend who's he basically lives in an RV and just travels around the country for most of the year. And he had some real nice shots he was posting of like Northern Cali and shit.
No, listen.
But other than that, like, unless
Yeah.
you're gonna live in the desert, you know, an hour away from civilization, it sucks.
Yeah, no. And also, yeah, that's the other part. It's a desert. Like, you're living in the desert.
True. But I gotta say, man, I don't know, like, speaking of, like, the decades gone by, I don't feel like LA has ever looked nice. Like, you have Beverly Hills, right? But, like, Skid Row is named Skid Row because it was a shithole.
Right.
Like,
Yeah,
I don't
this
think
is like it's
even
gotten worse
downtown
there.
LA is... Oh,
This-
I think every major city's now in the major decline.
Yeah, man.
Besides maybe Detroit, I don't know.
Well, Detroit had nowhere to go but up.
Yeah, it's all positives when you're already in the bottom.
Yeah, no, but the smog, the climate, the fucking droughts. No, there'd be no reason for me to go to a place. I mean, and also chalk that to Arizona, Nevada. I don't want to go to. I wouldn't want to leave. You know, cold climate, colder. Actually, New York gets all seasons, but you know, in the summer it gets like 100. It could be 110 or more degrees. In the winter, it could reach 10 below. I don't want it. I want something more in the middle. Give me something more temperate, man.
Where would that be though? Like, where is somewhere that doesn't fuck with you otherwise?
I don't know.
Even the dry, like the Arizona. I mean, I wouldn't go to Arizona.
No.
Just simply because of the weather.
Right.
Cagey likes it.
Well, because they're the fucking. Your tires will melt off your goddamn car in Arizona.
See, I always like if it were like, let's say I won 80 million in the lottery, which is impossible because I don't play. But let's say I would just disappear. Like, it would be one day I'm streaming, and then my channel's offline. Like, you would never hear from me again. Except for my little, like, I would go find some rural area and buy a bunch of land and get out of the city, I guess, man. I've always lived in congestion like you have, so it's like some space would be nice.
Some space would be nice. Rural
If I had
North
80
Carolina.
million, I'd let you borrow 10, buddy.
Hey. Rural North Carolina. I don't know if I want to do rural. Oh, I might do suburban. Because the way I look at it is, you know, I live in New York City, but especially after the pandy, I realized, like, I'm not, like, living that NYC life where I'm out every night or I'm out every day. This city offers a lot, especially by way of culture. So if it's music or theater or the arts or even academic pursuits, New York City is probably about as top as you're going to get in the entire nation, more or less. So if you're just a person who's really deep into culture and a metropolis, New York City is the gem of the America, right?
I'm saying 80 million post-tax. Let's say I won 160. Get 80 million after tax.
Yeah, man, but I'm not.
Simping isn't bad. Simping is king shit.
But like, I'm not really utilizing that. Like, listen, I've utilized that for over, you know, several decades at this point. I'm not over it, but at this point, I wouldn't mind moving somewhere quieter.
I feel like I would like to, by retirement, would like to go somewhere where, like, you're not small town. You know, like, there's, like, the town Utica, like, it's still in Illinois, which sucks. But it's, like, 70 or so miles outside of the city. It has that smaller town atmosphere. Like, I wouldn't mind having a small town atmosphere where it's, like, you actually know your neighbors and give a shit about them, the ones that you do see. Like, I've never, like, you know, on my old block, we had that somewhat. But then, you know, neighbors age out, they move. By age out, I mean die, sadly.
Yes.
Age out of life.
Age out of life.
I'm sorry, you've aged out of life. Your apartment's for rent.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think I could do rural. Like, because I'm, like, I don't want to have to drive
Yeah,
20 minutes.
It would suck to be like, oh, I'm going to go grocery shopping, and it's an hour round trip alone.
Right. No, fuck that. But something a little bit more suburban, I'm not opposed to. You know.
Yeah, hating neighbors isn't good for me because I don't shut my mouth at people I hate. I would be the guy to have those stupid arguments too. Oh man, you're over my property line.
Some people don't want you to know their neighbors because you might end up hating them. Right. No, I actually, I had a homeowner tell me that. He's like, hey, listen, if you ever buy a house, don't be friends with your neighbors. And I was like, but that seems counterintuitive for what I've heard. What sitcoms have told me. He's like, and he was like, he's like, yeah, but what they don't tell you is if your neighbor's a fucking asshole and you guys ever get into it, there's literally nowhere to go.
Nope.
So I'm like, oh, fuck. So I'm like, okay, good to know. Be friendly, but don't be friends with, right? So there's a...
Luna, if you don't do cities, what area do you live in? I don't know if you're in the country or if you're in the international community. I mean, we had that a lot on the north side. It was like more and more people with more and more money moved in, you know? And they were just, by default, kind of assholes. I can't say I don't really have any, like, neighbor from hell stories, though.
No. I don't either. But,
Which is good, because I see the YouTube videos, and it's like, sheesh.
Yeah, no, man. I've seen TikTok videos of people recording their neighbors, of them just being complete lunatics. Calling the cops on them for no reason. I can't imagine.
I see those ones where the neighbors confront them and get in their face, and it's like, every time I watch it, I'm like, I wouldn't have been restrained.
Right. You know,
like, as soon as he was in my face, he'd have been on the ground.
It's an assault charge. For me, dog.
Well, yeah, that's the thing is you shouldn't have touched me, brother. It's like I brushed up against you. Well, it's assault.
I'm in the woods on top of a mountain.
Oh. At least you get good cell service. On top of the mountain.
On the mountain top.
Top boy.
Are you playing the ring right now?
I am not. I'm trying to figure out what to play. My mind's kind of scattered at the moment.
What's your lady doing right now, besides hanging out in here?
She's getting ready for bed.
Yeah, my lady's doing the same thing.
Me and she's honked out.
Not me. I'm gonna be up all night. Do you recognize this character? Maddie Cakes?
Yeah, Man with Two Brains. That's Alex. He's on the stream, and he's one of the hosts of the podcast with me. Yeah, our neighborhood in the early 80s was kind of a shithole. And then gentrification hit it hard throughout the late 90s and 2000s. It was one of those neighborhoods where every other fucking month a new house was being bought and torn down and remodeled. But I mean, we lived in the old area that I lived in was known as, I was a mile from Wrigley Field, essentially.
Cool.
Just down Addison. Yeah, the Cubs won the World Series the year we moved out here. And if we would have been living on the old block still, I could have just walked to the end of the block and saw the parade.
Cool.
I didn't get to see it, though. We weren't living there. But I don't really care about baseball anymore.
Liz, how are you? Hey, Nicole Gonzalez is back. Hello, Nicole Gonzalez. You should be sleeping. Me or him?
Are we talking, like, low-flying aircrafts, like... little single engines flying above your house?
Oh, Liz should be sleeping. How does Nikki know Liz's bedtime?
Liz and Nikki are on the same sleep schedule.
Oh, well then shouldn't she be asleep too?
Everybody should be asleep. Get your blankets.
Nikki wants to help Liz into her footy pajamas.
My feet are too big for footy pajamas. They do sound comfy.
I'm getting ready for bed now. I wonder what Nikki's bedtime rituals are. She probably lights some candles so she could pray to Santa Maria.
Gotta light the candles, I mean.
Of course. Nikki's house is full of prayer candles. Everybody knows this.
The Jesus candles you get at the Dollar Tree.
That's right. My lady has got a couple of Dolly Parton prayer candles.
Oh my god, this is racist.
I actually thought about buying some of those candles and then having wraps printed with the Nerditude logo on it.
Yeah, love that.
I thought it'd be pretty awesome. And if I did do that, I would have them all over the fucking house too. Like those are the only candles we're allowed to burn.
Only these.
Burn them. Love the nerd candle.
Oh, Liz sent me a picture of her plants that are blooming, or like, growing. Looking good. Looking good, buddy.
I drove by. I was with the wife. We were coming home for dinner, I believe, the other night.
Yes.
And we drove past the back, a block we don't normally travel down, and somebody clearly had a grow operation going on in like their back porch area.
Wow.
Like at nighttime, you could see the lights and
All
shit
the
lighting
lights.
up. Yeah.
Jesus.
Which I was like, fucking hey, do you?
Listen, I got a couple of grow lights in here, and they're pretty bright.
They were, and then it was like pitch black out, and that was all you saw was the glow lights in the back room through the window.
Yeah, no, I mean, dude, having grow lights and just a propagation box, which is, again, it's maybe 12 inches by 9 inches by 18 inches. So it's like it's a good size box. But just having that, I'm like, oh man, to have something like this, you would definitely have to dedicate an entire room of your house to something like that. Minimum. I feel like just for yourself. Like even if you're just like growing your own for you.
I mean, you used to have the people that used to do the grow operations in their closets.
Dude, I don't know if a closet would be enough space unless it was a big closet. Like, and I said, like, I'm not even talking about like selling, but like just to cover your own usage, moderate usage.
Yeah, I don't know what like yield to growth is either in that equation.
Hello.
We're talking about
Where's
growing your
Storm?
own weed.
You guys are talking about growing your own weed.
So we were just talking about how you have many, many, many weed plants growing, and we were just wondering how much space do you need?
Yeah.
How much space? Oh, that's a good question. I
Liz
used to
would know.
date somebody who did a ton of that, who grew it.
Did she? All right, now, did she have like a big yard or?
No, it was one of those super professional operations. It was like in a warehouse of some sort, right?
See, a warehouse. I'm telling you, man, lots of space, Matt.
That's why I'm telling you, you gotta move to Detroit. You can get a warehouse for like -4 cents a foot.
They'll pay you to
And
take it off their hands.
Exactly. You just grow it in the warehouse, and then you can become it'll be Michael D's weed. You can name it funny things, like you can just name a strain Stank for no reason.
Pussy stank.
Ooh.
You know what
You
it
gotta-
did
you
though,
gotta-
because
you gotta mark out
there was so much
outside.
competition in town. It made her like ultra paranoid.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
I mean, how long
and
ago
she
was this though, too? Because if it's in the States, a lot of states have laxed on that. Like
Yeah,
Illinois,
for sure.
I don't know how many you can, but I know you can grow recreationally.
Yeah, at one point there was, she would have employees that would steal from her all the time, and
Oh man,
and
you gotta go
people-
violent on them. You gotta go old school drug dealer in that realm. Like,
Oh,
take
boy.
some fingers
Yeah.
or something. You gotta go Michael
That's
D.
what-
Warlord.
It was a professional operation, but it also put her in a very sort of dangerous situation.
Sure.
I wanna-
Also,
all right, here's
lots-
my
that's a-
concept.
That's very dangerous because of the cash that's involved. Most of those are
Yeah.
cash transactions, which
Cash only. Yeah.
cash only breeds bad people, we'll say.
I introduced her.
Here's my concept for a TV show: The Office,
Yeah.
but for weed growers.
And what are they
You know,
armed
she
or
would.
something? Yeah.
Well, yeah, that would
when
be
I
the funny
introduced her to
thing. Everybody's
people,
cracking.
Yeah, you
when I
did
introduced her to people, she'd say she was a gardener for a living.
Oh, that's funny. Well, she's not
I
wrong.
think botanist.
There's just
I'd have
one.
said botanist.
There's just
She's not lying.
Just it's just there's one specific. Her garden only grows one thing.
So are you more roots or, well, I'm seeds mainly.
And buds mainly.
What's your produce called? Sticky Icky? Oh. Is that a new vegetable? Or?
I can't grow anything until more fencing is put up. Wildlife eat everything. I thought about growing stuff in the basement instead. It's unfinished. Some grow lights. Yeah, no, that's what a basement actually would be fine. You'd probably have to. I'm assuming you'd have humidifiers down there to keep with the grow lights to kind of keep it nice and humid in there for the. I'll be honest. I'm just guessing here because I don't know the exact environment for growing like healthy.
I imagine it's like the Amazon Rainforest Cafe. That's basically what you need.
You just got those mists, you put a dinosaur in there for some reason.
Did you guys hear a fucking orangutan? What is going on? No, that's the Bluetooth speaker. Don't worry about it. Swear to God, I just heard a lion. No, it's this mixtape I've got. It's all for atmosphere. It's a weed house, dipshits. Oh, well.
The weed likes it.
Yo, bro, you're not complaining. But that's the problem is, like, if you grow it and, like, I don't know, I wouldn't grow it to sell. I would grow it for personal. But I guess there's a certain level of, like, how much work and money do I have to spend to get it up and running and to keep it continuously going?
Right.
What documentary did I watch that had that information on it? I can't remember.
Narcos.
But to Matt's point, this was at the height of, before everything became illegal, right? So I bet you it was a little bit more, I don't know, dangerous or...
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, if you're dealing in like a legal gray area, and on top of that, it's mostly cash. So you're probably dealing with people who don't want the eyes or attention of law enforcement.
Well, you are assuming that nowadays you would be selling privately and you wouldn't be selling to distribution centers, which is something we haven't thought about. Because if you're growing it, right, why would you take any risk and sell it on the street instead of trying to get a deal with a grow house, like a legal distribution center? Now, crazy thing, right? Let's say you grow a bunch of weed in Illinois, which you can, or another state that heavily allows it, Colorado, and you want to transport your weed to California. Let's say you get busted anywhere across that way, despite it being legal for both. Your ass is going away for many years.
Yeah, man. Yeah, no, it's because it's still federally illegal, so you can't transport it, especially across state lines.
It's only federally illegal because they haven't figured out a way to tax it across the board. As soon as they figure out how to tax the growers before they even grow it, they'll make it legal.
I has one little seed, I haven't planted it yet.
I will say, if they made it federally legal, it would be amazing to go to the gas station and get a pack of Marlboro Greens. I mean, fuck, you can buy cigarettes. Why not let people smoke some weed?
Though mass is legit, RI seems to use loft space to grow.
I mean, I do remember, like, back in the early 2000s when it hadn't really started becoming, because whether we want to agree or not, like, it's not just the decriminalization, it's the societal exception that's also changed.
Yes.
Like, I mean, you still have people that look at, like, you have full-blown alcoholics that say weed is a gateway drug. And it's like, okay. Sure thing, buddy. You weren't just doing blow in the bathroom, right?
I have a med card. It still isn't rec here. In what, Pennsylvania?
Yeah, you know what the nice thing about having a medical card for it in Illinois is it's 30% tax if you're just a citizen of this state, but if you have a medical card, it's 2% tax, I believe. Something like that.
Nice. The medical card in New York is such... I thought about grabbing one just because for the hell of it. But when it started, man, that dickhead Cuomo, he made it fucking nigh impossible to get a hold of. Like, the restrictions on it were like people with like Crohn's disease, hardcore autoimmune disorders like lupus, stage 4 cancer. It was just like, the list was like...
Yeah, it was like terminal,
Right.
you know, a year left to live people.
Yeah, and it's like, what the fuck, man? I'm not that sick, but I could still benefit from the use of some of the stuff, hypothetically.
So, I've been a user for... I do have anxiety. You know what the crazy thing about weed with me? Doesn't do anything for the anxiety, really. Now, I have ADD.
No? I thought
So-
it addressed that directly.
So here's the thing. It's dependent on each person's biology. There are some days where it will help, and some days where it'll do nothing. Because I have ADD.
Same person though, like some days it
in me.
helps.
In me.
Really? Christ.
Because of my ADD, sometimes like I can never achieve. I think it's because of this at least, or at least whatever biological mixture's going on in my head. But I can never, like, you know how the stereotype is like, whoa man, I'm fucking baked. I have never once achieved that in my life, and I've been smoking for a long time.
Wow.
Like I was that guy that was like, even when I first started, it's just my body doesn't allow, like, edibles do nothing to me.
Wow, you're one of those guys. I've heard about these people.
And it's terrible. And I think it's a part of like the anxiety, depression, whatever that central nervous system fuck up is going on. I think that's part of it. Now it does help slightly for certain things. It'll help me focus occasionally. But yeah, I mean, I was one of those dudes that was like parking lots and people's, you know, McDonald's parking lots under viaducts, place switching. So like for me, being able to go into a shop that looks much like a vape store or an Apple store for weed, it's nice. I pay the tax because it's easier.
Hey, Kennedy, what about things at Oregon? Or is it legal there?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, Oregon's a green state.
Ooh.
And then got some really nice dispensaries about 5-minute drive away from it.
I've never had Adderall. Night, Nikki.
Good night, Nicole Gonzalez. Thank you for the raid. Both of you.
Yeah, I didn't have many to raid you with, but that kind of happens on our code streams. People tend to gravitate her because of my face, I think.
How dare you?
I mean, if you're watching essentially close to the same stream, right? Why would you want to watch me over her? Is my thought process.
Well, she does get all
Adderall is
dolled up.
Yeah, I don't ever put a face on.
Yeah, I don't get dolled up for this monkey
Adderall
farm.
is the most perfect thing humanity has available to use. Never had it. One of them I wouldn't want to take is Ambien.
I used to crush those up and snort them if I couldn't get my hands on the old yayo. Sometimes a couple of my dealers would sometimes have that as an alternative. And listen, in a pinch, it'll do.
I like how it's like an it'll do.
Yeah.
In a pinch, you know. I guess my like, is it one of those things where your dealer didn't have what you wanted and they were like, well, I got Adderall.
Yeah, it's very much like you're in fucking Skyrim or something. They don't have the potions you want or whatever.
You went to the store and they were out of Pepsi, so you got a Coke. Or vice versa, pick your poison. I'm more of a Coke fan than Pepsi.
It's more like you got like a diet tab or something, but yeah.
Oof. It's a terrible comparison.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't want to do Adderall instead of Coke now. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Ruined that for me.
Well.
Here I was thinking I could just go smash a couple up, and I got me my fun evening, and now I hear it's equated to tab. I'm good. By the way, tab was diet no matter what. It's just terrible. Tab stands for terrible ass bitch.
It sucks. It just low dose meth. I don't like it. Low dose meth.
I have heard Adderall being compared to meth before.
Well, it's they share a similar chemical compounds with methamphetamines. It's like Adderall is an amphetamine. It's just not a methamphetamine. So like they're chemical cousins.
I wish we can do commercials without any sort of worry about somebody taking drugs and you getting blamed. Can you imagine a commercial for like, if you had Adderall, try its big brother, meth. That's what happens if all drugs get legalized. You have commercials like that. Tired of going to the doctor? Come see me in my shack.
To steal one of Matt's lines. Tired of those pesky teeth?
Yep. 100% success rate to get rid of all those pesky teeth.
All right, have you used the pesky teeth line before, or did you come up with that on the fly?
That was on the spot.
Oh God, dude. That one stuck with me, man. Like, I'm going to forever use that as a descriptor for fucking meth.
That's the problem, is especially on stream, is I spew so much shit out, and then somebody will be delayed in the chat, and it's like, what did I say? You gotta remind me of the shit that came out today. That's why I record everything, just in case somebody says something. Like, I can go back to the minute and check.
I'm a hummingbird on Adderall. I don't sit down.
What is that the purpose of Adderall, to make you happy and like productive?
I think so, because it's for people with ADD, ADHD who have trouble focusing and all that.
I could probably use that, but that's all I need to be is hooked on Adderall. Right.
Highly addictive. I've often wondered if I have ADD. I've looked up the symptoms on occasion, and I check a lot of the boxes, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's moments where the ADD becomes like, the problem is when you stream and you do podcasts and shit, it comes out like it's just there, and it's just if whether or not people notice it.
How did you get yours diagnosed, Matt? How did you find out?
I had to be diagnosed at a late age because my parents ignored everything.
Oh, sure.
So I was at one point medicated, and then it's just, it's the medication story where 30's good for a month, and then 6 months later 30's good for 10 days.
Yes. Well, that's naturally how it goes, man. The body craves homeostasis.
Well, the other thing is doctors, they're like, okay, well, there's a limit. They tell you, well, we'll up the dose, we'll do this, and then there's a certain point where they're like, well, it's dangerous to give you any more. And it's like, well, you've been hyping my body up, giving it more when it thinks it needs more, and now you're supposed to tell me that the wall is here? Like, we've hit it? That's it? No matter what happens, I'm stuck here? So, like, what's the point of being medicated?
Do they just leave you like that, or did they have anything to sort of wind you back down again, or how do they...
Well, I mean,
keep you from withdrawals.
If you have a good doctor, they're going to help you try to find other medications if there's other medications.
Gotcha.
If you want to get off of them, you should probably talk to them. And because I went cold turkey, and unfortunately, I didn't have any of those issues.
No, what do you call it, Matt? No sort of like, no fiending episodes.
Nothing like there was no seizures, anything weird like that. I mean, when you go cold turkey,
those scenes from New Jack City.
Yeah, no, it was.
If
I was, the thing is, when you're on heavy doses and then you finally come down, you're already kind of out of whack to the point of like you don't know you're fucking normal, because if you've been on them for a while at least, like you don't know the normal. So coming down, and then you got to come to terms, especially if you have anxiety disorders and shit, with like the full brunt of that. Like I got into a terrible car accident when I graduated high school. And on the expressway, I get terrible anxiety driving. And when I was medicated, I was literally doing sales on the road, expressway driving, 60 to 100 miles every day, sometimes more. And I was fine. But as soon as I was unmedicated, those anxieties came back.
Wow.
When you say sales, is in like you're selling stuff, right?
Yeah, I've worked for sales is what I've done most of my career. At that time, I was outside sales for a company called Window Works.
Yeah. I was having a hard time catching up with you. He was like, "Oh, I was doing sales on the freeway." I was like, "Is that?"
I was selling oranges. Selling oranges on the side of the road with watermelon and such. No, I was doing window work sales where I would have to drive. Like at certain points, I would have an appointment that was 60 miles away, and I had to be there at 9 in the morning. And the problem with it is it was mostly commission-based role. So if I drove that 120-mile round trip and didn't sell it, I didn't make shit from it at all.
Fuck.
So those were, that was. I'm good at it. I did well.
Is that the business though? Is that? I mean, you knew that going in.
And, yeah, I mean, there's the problem with the business is you tell them I want to stay in this. This is where I feel comfortable traveling, and they're like, well, we have these appointments, and if you want appointments, you better take them. If we can't give them,
How long were you a sales guy for?
Oh, I've done sales for different companies for most of my I guess professional career.
Could you give me your favorite pitch? Could you give me the spiel?
I don't. It's dependent on product.
Could you give me?
And it's all about research.
Could you give me a taste of that Maddie salesmanship? Let's say I'm a prospective client.
Okay,
You knock. You're at the door.
Okay, so when okay, so WindowWorks was you literally, it was like a 2.5 hour appointment because you had this entire box of shit, and everything in this box was designed to prove how good the windows were.
Oh my god, dude! You're like a fucking dude. You're like a prop comic.
Yeah, it was. You remember like the old school typewriter salesman that had, it reminded me of that.
Matt, I had personal experience with that because when I was living in Southern California, that very specific guy that you're talking about, he came in with like a way small miniature version of the window, right? And he had it in a suitcase, and he was in my living room like banging away at it with a mallet or a hammer just to show me that.
Oh, so when I was doing it, we were a little bit better. We would have a sample of the window and a sample of just like a standard whatever piece of shit window, and we had a heat gun and a thermometer gun, so we could test how much heat was coming through the other side. It was so basically.
That's kind of cool.
And the reason why I got out of it is because I really started to hate it. So like you would walk in, and a lot of people, even though they would tell them, hey, it's going to be like a 2-hour appointment, when you hear that as a customer, you figure, no, I'll tell them this is what I want, and if I don't want it, they could fuck off. Easy peasy, 10 minutes. Yeah. So the first hurdle is to get over the kind of shock of like, wait, we're going to be here. It's fucking 7 o'clock at night. I just got home from work, and I got to sit here listening to your fucking fat ass.
Sure.
So that was the first thing. And then I would go in, and you have to inspect the whatever. Usually it was one window. And then your job was to look at it and tell them what was wrong with it, and then to I'm going to inspect the other windows real quick just to see, because if you're getting water damage on this side, the way the wind blows, I'm assuming it's whatever side of the house it was. Assume the water hits that side of the house, because water hits every side of the fucking house. They're going to say yes. So you say, I assume the water hits this side of the house. Let me go check these windows. And then you go, okay, yeah, this window's got the same issue. This one's not too bad. This one's blah blah blah. So you have one window they want. You try to get 2 or 3 out of it. You bring up 4 or so windows that don't look so good, and then you say, well, here's the deal. This one you need to be replaced. That's why you called us. Understand this one's got the same issue. These 2 are bad, but I'm going to tell you right now, these 2 are the ones you need to replace. So you always made it terrible, and then you make it kind of like, well, it's not that bad. These will survive the next winter. Don't worry. Consider replacing them, but these 2 need to be replaced right now. And then if you go in there and you see water damage, that's when you become a viper. You go, you know what this little bubbling is here? Well, what is that? That's water getting into your walls, and if you don't get this replaced now, you're looking at wall damage and plasterboard, and I'll tell you right now, it's a hell of a lot more than the cost of this window. So
look at you, dude.
I said, I've done this for most of my career. This is what I do, sadly.
I'm like, fuck, I gotta replace my windows, man. I can't have plaster damage in this rented apartment.
Yeah. Well, then the other thing is,
Mike was ready to buy windows from me right now, man.
Well, then you would get
hand me my
customers
checkbook.
So customers that did, like, I came to a customer one time and he's like, dude, I took the fucking day off. It's 9 in the morning. I don't want to be here with you for 2 hours. And he's like, what's your bottom price? And we had a price structure where if you were able to hit 76% of the commission, that was considered a good sale. Now, you did have dudes that were selling the window at 200% of what it cost, and then be like, yeah, I'll drop the price for you, and only drop it 50% or 25% and still get a markup. But so I dropped it, and he's like, yeah, dude, that's cool. I'll buy it. Like, I did have some of those appointments where, like, I was in and out in 10 minutes because it was either I fuck off or I bottom with him and go, you know what, I'm not supposed to do this. And if you don't like my price right now, I'm going to call my people and tell them that you didn't answer your door. And when they call you back, you're going to say you can't make the appointment. I did that a lot, too, because it's like, I understand that. I understand this is pressure sales, but I'm not going to get fucked over. Like, you made the appointment. The people told you what the deal was. And the problem is the reason I quit is I was working with a guy who was a former pastor. He was just an older dude looking for like a little bit of extra money, and he figured he can do it. And he went to a house with our training manager, and the training manager, the woman answers the door. She's like, I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to call you guys, but like, I can't afford anything. And the training manager looks her dead in the face, and he's like, are you sure? And she's like, well, I just got fired, and I found out I have cancer. And right there, you stop the appointment. Be like, yo, I'm really sorry. Good luck and everything. We're going to go fuck off. Nope. Training manager looked her in the eyes and was like, you sure you don't have $50 a month for these incredible windows?
Oh, God. Damn.
And I had already been having battles with management because they were applauding these dudes who were essentially fucking over customers, selling them at egregious markups and then dropping it down a little bit. And I was just kind of like, I was miserable. And I called Jen from the road the one day after a meeting I had with them that just I was not happy. And I was like, I don't know what to do. I was like, I can't keep fucking doing this. I fucking hate it. I hate the people I work with. I hate the job. And she was like, then quit. And I don't, we don't quit. You know what I mean? Like, my family was like, you don't fucking quit. Like, you're lucky to have a fucking job.
Right.
You're all and it was just fucking assholes! Oh, we got it right now. Hell yeah, I heard it this time. But yeah, so like, I made it, and I walked in there, and I was like, oh, I'm done. But yeah, no, when I did sales for True Green Lawn Care. If you lived on the East Coast and you bought pest control, you might have talked to me. Because I worked for a company via the interwebs that was only East Coast pest control.
East Coast, baby.
You guys have some fun pests. Wow, also, roaches, if they're in one apartment building, they're in every.
Yeah, no. I've seen one here in the time that I've lived here, and it made me freak the fuck out because one means that there's many.
Yeah, but if you're only seeing, like, that's the rule of thumb. Like, if you see one here and there, you've got some. It's when you're seeing them. You know how like the rats lose the fear? Like when the motherfuckers don't move when the lights come on, you got to
right. Yeah, no. I saw the once, and then I'm like, there's no fucking way, because I'm pretty tidy, no food out, none of that shit. So we're like, oh, you know what, man? It's probably one of the fucking gross neighbors, man.
Luna, I know I'm talking shit about my own medication journey and where it came, but good luck to anybody who's on it. If it helps you, that's my thing. Is like if you're in, right. It goes the same thing with like weed and shit like that. Like if you find something that helps you in whatever capacity it does, and it's not prescribed, and you're smoking a J or you're eating an edible, or if it's prescription meds, man, if it's balancing you out to make your life more livable, that's all that matters.
Absolutely.
Wait, why'd you say that, man? Were people pushing back on like?
No, I just know that Luna and I think Edison, I think Luna's just starting a new ADD medication. We're talking about the ADD medication. I don't want anybody to kind of listen and go, fuck, man, medication, I'm on medication. I don't want anybody to think we're talking down to them or about that. The idea just being, here's my little bit of stories, and if you can just listen and enjoy, that's one thing. But do whatever helps you. Hell, if your help is drinking, a couple beers at the end of the night, no problem, do you? Glass of wine or 10. I couldn't do wine all the time.
This looks like something for Selena Fernick would draw.
I don't know who that is.
Don't know who that is. Is that a friend of yours?
Cookies. Is anybody in the chat a
freaking charlatans?
A devil's lettuce user? No, Mike isn't.
I don't know, but it's
days gone past. Although the way it sounds is the devil's lettuce wasn't your problem.
If I tell you one thing, man. Well, New York I think it's been legal here over a year at this point, but they still haven't gotten their shit together. The state senate to like get the licenses out and all that other crap. So what
when
guys
they do
are
open
doing,
up, it changes things.
dude, what people in the city are doing, and this is like a complete like weird workaround, is because because weed is legal in New York City. So if you're walking around smoking a joint, the cops can't pull you over and harass you. I mean, as long as you're not doing it inside. But like if you're just publicly smoking weed, it's like cigarettes. So they can't bust you for holding. Now you're not allowed to sell because you need a license to sell.
Luna, devil's lettuce, jazz cabbage.
But what the distributors here are doing as a workaround is, I'll own we'll call it a club. Now our members, for their membership receive certain perks. One of those perks might be, well, $20 worth of weed if you become a $20 member of my club. So you're not buying the weed. What you're buying is a membership to my establishment. And as a member, you get this weed as a free perk. Because of course I can't sell you the weed.
Just cover
that's
the
illegal.
door charge.
That's illegal to sell you weed. I'm not doing that. But if you want to become a member of this establishment, you do have to give me $20. And
$20 and you happen to walk out with a dub.
right.
Okay, yeah, you partake. Now you're doing it in shops with the medical card, right? Because I'll tell you right now, like I said, for the entire time I smoked up until the past year or so, when the shops started to really pop up here, I was that dude that was like, you meet people, you become their friends, and it becomes a little bit more comfortable, but it's still never fun. You're always driving too far or in an area you don't want to be in. That's just my experience with it now. But since the shop's open, it's so much nicer. It's literally, you're going to Best Buy, but it's for marijuana.
Yeah. If it were like that, I'd be more inclined to partake. I just don't want to.
The only thing I had to do research on was I didn't know if it would fuck with the FOID card, which is the card you need to own firearms in Illinois. Firearm owner identification card, I believe they call it.
Oh.
But it doesn't. That was the big thing, is when they first decriminalized it, there was the rumor of if you buy at one of these shops, man, they're going to scan your ID, and they do, but I still have my FOID. Still have my guns. And my weed.
Yeah, no, that's such a weird double standard. Because how many dickheads, are firearm owners and then proceed to kick back a few and then do something stupid with their firearm.
Well, isn't that's I found that to be the one of the dumbest arguments of the whole thing is like I said, you will have full-blown alcoholics talking shit about weed smokers, like fucking stoners, and it's like, dude, you drink a 12-pack,
right? Yeah,
just to get where you need to be. Yeah, I don't think you can have a medical card and a FOID card here either, but for just kind of like private citizen purchases, it doesn't fuck with it. Medical and FOID, yeah, they won't allow that. So it's either you can get medical weed for your whatever ailment it is, or you can own a firearm, basically, in Illinois.
Pick your poison.
Although, I feel like if you are using...
I did not know that.
Depends on what you're using that medical card for. Like, if you're talking like some serious stuff that maybe you shouldn't be owning a firearm while having. Like, there's people that shouldn't own them. Just like there's people that shouldn't do any drugs, not even aspirin.
That's right. Eric, how you feeling, by the way?
Popping aspirin.
Like
popping
candy.
Those asties?
Like TikToks.
TikToks or Tic Tacs? Which one are you?
Is
Which
it
one are you?
TikToks? Aspirin eats away at your body, by the way.
What?
Aspirin, doesn't it kill the kidneys?
Does it? Oh.
You're not meant to
You
have
get
more
renal
than
failure.
4,000 milligrams per day. Because it will destroy your kidneys.
Oof.
Ibuprofen will fuck with your kidneys as well. I think Tylenol is the safest of the pain.
It's the least corrosive.
Yeah, they all hurt you though.
Well,
Yeah, but
that's
the
a nightmare.
NSAIDs, isn't that what's that other Aleve?
Aleve.
Aleve is another one that you can't overdo or it'll fuck you up seriously.
Advil, aspirin cause bleeding because they reduce blood clotting.
So if you got some minor swelling, an aspirin's good. If you have a headache and you've gone blind in one eye, maybe go to the doctor. Yeah, no, that's the problem with them, is even the stuff that's supposed to make us feel better fucks us up.
Anticoagulants. NSAIDs can cause eternal bleeding.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys hear about Scott Hall?
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Now, what
They
happened?
all passed away?
So I don't think they've officially said it, but I'm pretty sure what happened was, he was going through hip surgery, and I believe he had 3 heart attacks while on the table.
Oh my
So I'm gonna
god.
assume the fucking shit that knocks you out.
Anesthesia?
There must have been a reaction, and then his body while he was under had 3 fucking heart attacks in a row. Yeah, he's gone, sadly.
Oof.
People use anti-core. I don't think.
Which one was he? Was he the? It was Big Diesel, right?
No, that was Kevin Nash. He was Razor Ramon.
Oh, Razor Ramon. Holy crap.
Rest in
Yep.
peace.
He was beat up. He was in rough shape.
Yeah.
But so is Hogan, apparently. He's going to be the next to go.
You know what's interesting? I don't think that guy could do Razor Ramon these days.
No, with the
Yeah.
accent, man.
Yeah.
Not actually having that accent. No, he would be. Everybody on Twitter would be like, "Yo, he's using cultural appropriation."
He's culturally appropriating. Stop this guy.
Appropriated.
I'm
He
surprised.
turned us into a cartoon, you guys.
I'm surprised wrestling hasn't had that, where they have like the character of the millennial and then the cultural appropriator. Every week he's stealing some other nation's culture. This week he's Irish. Next week he's Puerto Rican. It would probably sell for like 2 weeks, and then they'd be like, "All right, fuck this guy."
I like how the title is still attempting Elden Ring.
That's a Hogan bot.
Well, I mean, that's.
Did you try to change it, Mike? I thought you changed it.
I changed the. What I did was I changed the stream category because I was streaming in Elden Ring. Now the thing is, I'm drawing an Elden Ring character, so technically, Twitch is by Twitch's law, if you are
Twitch's law. That sounds so
right.
awful.
I am the law.
Twitch law. Twitch law states
Twitch law states.
if you are creating art around a character from a video game you're streaming in, you may stream in that video game category.
Got it.
Wait, you can get in trouble for miscategorizing things?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
You get banned for miscategorizing.
Dude, there's some times where I change games and don't change it the rest of the stream.
Ooh.
Just by accident.
You
Oh,
bad.
they're gonna come for me.
Twitch PD's coming. Twitch PD's on
I've
their
already
way.
got 17 copyright strikes.
They're gonna rough you up, filth.
Oh no.
You street filth.
Oh man, I guess I gotta start doing hot tub games to fit in.
Excuse me.
Yeah, get those titties out.
Yep.
What?
You're attempting to
Ain't
draw
titties,
Elden
ain't
Ring.
interest
Still
me
fits.
right here.
Yeah, I've gave it's Ranny but with titty. Mezentius. Mezentius, how do you feel about Ranny with titties? Mezentius is a Elden Ringer, like myself.
I feel like that wizard hat is hiding some secrets in it.
Yeah, big head. A big fat head.
She's got like a cone head.
My first 10 streams listed under sewing before I got a warning.
Damn, you
Is
got
it
a
true?
warning. Man,
Did you really get a warning?
I've never gotten a warning. I don't think. Let me check my copyright strike. I don't think.
Wait, who was streaming where and they got a warning?
I can't tell if Elden Ring Edison is joking or not.
So Nikki likes to play music on her stream, like royalty-free Spotify lists, and they muted one of her VODs. So I guess one of them wasn't
I guess
a royalty-free song.
not as royalty free as she was hoping.
Yeah. She's like, what? They muted my fucking VOD? And it's like, well, shit happens, I guess.
I like it. I didn't know she had extra arms. She does. I didn't notice them at first. But then the second time I ran into her, I was like, hey, look at those arms. Hey, she's a fucking freak. Look at these arms. Hey, Maddie, look at these arms.
Yo, those are more than two. What the fuck?
She's got body retardation, Maddie.
Oh shit, there's a lot of hands though. You know what I'm saying?
Warning. Oh yes, I was banned within a week after. I was an idiot. I did not know what I was doing or cared. Oh wow, you got banned for streaming in the wrong place.
You got banned?
How many exactly does she have? Is it 4?
I think she's
or is
got
there more behind the robe?
Who got banned?
Edison from Twitch. Beyond.
Edison from Twitch. All from streaming in the wrong category, or did you do other stuff? Not banned for wrong chat category. Banned for harassment.
There it is. That's key, actually. You left out that important part.
Yeah, you kind of buried the lead there.
We were on your side.
No, I'm still on the side.
We were on the stand for you. We were like, Your Honor, they seem like a good person, and
I had to stop replying to hate messages on Xbox because I played a lot of Rocket League.
Uh-oh.
And they would send you shit, and then you would respond, and then they would like report what you said.
Oh.
I got banned for a week from Xbox Live from saying somebody had the class of a gypsy whore. And I'm pretty
That's
sure...
mild, right?
Well, see, it is, but I guess if it's a 16-year-old,
right?
Maybe not. All I know is they reported
gypsy in
that.
their life.
I'm pretty sure it's because I said gypsy. Like, I don't even think it was the horror thing. I was thinking it was like, well, you said gypsy. Yeah, I just stopped responding to the hate on Xbox because it's like,
Dude, I used to send the hate on Xbox, on PlayStation rather. So if we were playing Call of Duty and we were playing Team Deathmatch and you cost my team the win over and over and over again, first off, I'd be screaming at you in the lobby. Second off, I would privately DM you and I'd send you something disgusting. It'd either be like dildos or I'd find like some like death
You're a
photo.
real piece of work, man.
I would really like.
yeah, gypsy is very much considered a slander word at this point. Like if you put gypsy in front of an insult, it automatically becomes like hate crime.
Who's offended? Gypsies?
I mean, I assume gypsies would be offended. I don't even think gypsies would be offended, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I mean,
better
how-
things to do, I think, the gypsies.
They're busy.
Yeah, but how many gypsies are there?
I don't know. I'd imagine in the U.S. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Pockets of them, like vampires living in the Southwest.
Yeah, no, man. There are no gypsies around here.
As they repel from your ceiling.
Right.
When I worked at Blockbuster, there was an entire gypsy family that would come in and try to steal shit.
How'd you know they were gypsies? Where they roll up in a caravan?
Basically, like if I don't really want to
They had a little
describe it.
tambourine and they came
It's
in
gonna
and
sound bad. Like
One of
if
them
I
had a
describe
fucking
him, we're
monkey
gonna
sidekick.
Who kept chinging his cymbals.
Yeah.
His name was Einstein for some reason. Stop it, Einstein. No, I don't. You ever seen a gypsy family?
No.
Oh man, I
No.
don't want to. Oh,
Why are you laughing?
So the old man, the father figure,
Oh boy.
dressed like a fucking slob, and he was just kind of dumb. And then they had all of their daughters and everything, but they dressed in the same weird dress.
Oh,
Like
weird.
like a specific style of like floaty weird clothing they would wear. And he would literally, we came to know the guy because he was always trying to rip us off. He would buy shit at Target and try to return it at Blockbuster.
Wow.
Like, I remember one time, Alex, I used to work at Blockbuster with. I've known him for a long time, man with two brains. The guy tried to return something, and Alex like looked at the item, and he's like, "First off, we've never sold this item." He's like, "Second off, the Target clearance sticker's still on it."
Jesus Christ.
Points for bravery, though. Points for bravery.
Or stupidity.
Or stupidity.
Maybe he thought we were dumb. You know, we work at Blockbuster, which is a bunch of dipshits who talk movies. Which, for most of us, it was true.
It's like, here, yeah, we'll take this. We'll give you Blockbuster bucks.
I'll tell you what, I'll return it if you buy a rewards pass. I'm low on those this week. That was the other thing, is like I even had to do sales at Blockbuster. That's where I started in it.
Jeez.
Oh, have I been banned from Facebook? I can't log in.
They stole stuff from our store and try to return it to us. Oh, that's one of the oldest tricks in the book.
Oh yeah, I've had that happen too.
Yeah, no, there have been stores where I've seen some scams where they literally take an item from one end of the store, bring it to the other end of the store, and try to return it.
There was a time when, because you couldn't do anything, like if somebody, like, okay, so Alex and I worked at this small store, and I had literally seen this guy slicing the boxes and stealing DVDs, but I couldn't physically do anything. Like, you can't stop
Yeah,
them.
no, you can't. You're not allowed to.
Don't get me wrong. Like,
restrain them.
if it was like my mom and pop video store, I'd beat the shit out of it. I don't care. But like, you know, I'm in college and I don't want to lose my job. And we literally just yelled at him. He had his kid with him, so we were talking shit to him. We're like, "Oh, stealing in front of your fucking kid, huh?" Like, just ripping him up that way. Like the whole time he
Feel
walked
guilty?
out. Not even guilty. We just wanted to make his kid go home and be like, "Wow, Dad, they called you a fucking piece of shit cocksucker." Is that,
Yeah.
you know, is
Man.
my dad a piece of garbage?
Man, they
Is
kept
my
calling
dad
my
a
dad an
Oh,
old
God,
cunt.
it's Tuesday, Dad.
Yeah, I guess
It's only
my
the
thing
third
was
time
like,
you were called that today.
like, I feel like if I yell it loud enough and the kid hears it, the kid will go home and ask the mom and be like, "Why did the guys at Blockbuster call Dad a fucking pig?" But that was the rule. You couldn't touch
They
them,
were
so then
being
it was
kind,
fine.
son.
Oh, I had this because we used to close at midnight, and then at one point a regular was like at the door at like 11:58, so we let him in, and then somebody else was there, so we let him in. This dude had late fees, didn't want to pay him. It's like 12:20, and I'm like, you know what, you gotta go, buddy. Like, either pay the late fees, rent the movies, or leave. So then he waited for me.
Oh god.
So to close. I called the cops, and I was like, I'm just trying to do my job. I'm about ready to close. If he's still out there when I close, I'm gonna fuck him up. Because he was smaller than me, I'd beat the shit out of him. I used to, especially back in those days, I used to fight a lot. And I told the cops, I was like, get here before you have somebody seriously hurt, and it's not gonna be me. And so they get there, and the guy was Hispanic, and he was claiming I was being racist. And the cops were Hispanic, so they were both like, you know, for the sake of your job, you shouldn't. I was like, how about this? You do your job and get him the fuck out of here, and I'll do my job and go home, and we don't talk about each other's jobs.
Yeah, and then you called him.
And the
spec.
cop didn't like that. No, I didn't. No.
No.
That's not how it works. That was after I got in the car angry.
Yeah, yeah,
No.
that's right. That's after the red light, after they were safely gone.
Yeah, after they couldn't arrest me for anything.
Yeah.
No, but like, yeah, and it's just like, I what do you want me to say? I'm sorry. A lot of people are smaller than me. You are right. I'm a big dude. I got ogre shoes. Remember that.
Romani is the PC term.
Refers to Romani, so it depends on the context, but yeah, it's used as a slur. Romani is the PC term. What is Romani? Is that a derivative of Romanian?
Yeah, they're Romanian. Is that where the gypsies come from?
We
Where
assuming
do
that
they?
every
I'm gonna
gypsy
Google it
is
right now.
Romanian?
Probably. The FBI agent watching me is gonna be like, "Fuck, he's talking about gypsies now." Where do gypsies originate?
Gypsies come from the moon.
Roma, singular Rome, also called Romani or Gypsies, considered pejorative, an ethnic group of traditionally inerrant people who originated in northern India, but live in modern times worldwide, principally in Europe. Northern India, huh? Interesting.
Oh,
The Romani people, colloquially known as Roma.
Gypsy moon, moon
Did
gypsies.
it say that it's pejorative? Is that what it said?
Yeah, now did the Gypsies moniker come from because they were nomadic? Was that the whole thing? What language? The Romani language is its own language. Interesting. That's the other thing, is their Romani language is a mix of other dialects to combine to make their language. So that's why, like, even if you know certain languages, you can't really understand what the fuck they're saying.
I don't know what the fuck these assholes are saying.
I'm sorry, I don't have the lake house. You can't rent it. That was a lot of my job back in the day.
Is it bad that Gypsy has moved up on my list now? What do you mean up on your list?
As like pejorative terms you're gonna use?
Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, I don't think I've ever met a gypsy person. You know what?
I want to hear that context. So there I was, surrounded by gypsies. Like, where does that story come in? It's all about context.
Well, if you're Batman, it doesn't end well for the gypsies.
No. I'm like waiting for April 15th. All right, so that's the other thing, right? You said you like to go to movies. If you lived in a small town, could you live somewhere that you lived 45 minutes away from a movie theater?
No way.
I dated a girl in this town called Harvard, Illinois, which is like a half hour, 40 minutes outside of Rockford. And that was the only thing we ever did that was fun, because her town was just boring as shit.
You know, well, that's lame.
I don't know what I would want to do outside the big city.
Yeah, no, man. Like I said, I could do suburbs, because, you know, you could still grab some decent food and go see a movie.
I mean, not only that, but suburbs is kind of where it's at right now, no? Like, everybody's flocking to city again and going to other areas with less taxation. Or they pay the same but get more out of it.
Yeah, you know, this way, like I said...
I mean, you're in New York City. You're paying, what, 3, 4, 5,000 a month?
Yeah, right, dude. No fucking way.
5,000.
You're 5, 6, whatever. That's chump change to you New Yorkers in your monies.
I mean, to people that just move here, for sure, they're definitely they're definitely probably paying around those areas. Fuck. Oh man.
Mike's gonna start carrying a sword with him and fighting the rats like he's in Elden Ring.
That's right.
You vanquished the subway rat.
Get me my broadsword.
He quickly finds out he cannot use magic on them.
All right. You know what? Oh man, it's fucking 12. It's 12 a.m. almost. All right.
It is indeed
It's
the middle of
AM
the
for
night.
you, buddy.
Yeah, I think it's time for me to pack it in, at least on stream. I might be back on Discord later for Elden Ring. Let's see how I feel. I'm gonna take a little fiver though.
Dude, I'm supposed to stream at 9 in the morning or 10 in the morning tomorrow. I've got like so much fucking energy right now. I don't know when I'm getting to bed.
Cuties, you guys are great. Natty Cakes, maybe I'll catch you a little later if you're still around.
Yeah, I'll be hanging out.
See you later, Eric. Or catch you tomorrow.
Have a great evening.
Everybody else, I'll see you.